Hello and welcome back to the SoCon Wrestling Championships. It is the start of day 2. My name is Great Dane Maggard, here with the dog, Trey Blake.
What up, Dane?
What's up? It is Asheville SoCon Wrestling Championships, and App State is in the lead with the team score. And we got App State has 5 wrestlers in the finals and 5 in consolation. All wrestlers still active. That shows the persistence of App State, but they're not very far behind, Trey. What teams are close by?
It's going to be Chattanooga, obviously, at 63. App State does sit with a 6.5 point advantage at 69.5. Bellarmine not far behind, a surprising. Bellarmine was good, didn't share the SoCon season title with the Citadel, App State, and Chattanooga like the 3 teams did share, but Bellarmine was really good. 62.5 for Bellarmine, 63 for Chattanooga, and then the Citadel sitting right under them at 52. We expect the App State, Chattanooga, Bellarmine, that 3-headed monster to really be the battle headed into the end of the day, just like it was last year with App State and the Citadel. But this year, I'm feeling like it might be coming down to that final match at heavyweight, Moncherie versus Vasquez, to determine who takes home that team title.
Yeah, Bellarmine was really close yesterday, but with the loss of Dalton Mayer with a torn labrum, he cannot wrestle the rest of today and has to medically forfeit. So he will not be wrestling today. We saw him in some clean, some chunkless, and talking to his team and supporting from the sidelines instead of from on the mat. So we wish him the best recovery, and sad that his last season had to end like this, but he still had a great season and a couple seasons at Bellarmine. So
yeah, it sucks. Mayer versus Moncherie was definitely a highlight of the regular season when Bellarmine came to Boone. Mayer did tore his labrum at some point in the season. He had not wrestled in previous weeks, as we had heard from a member of the Bellarmine team, but he decided to wrestle over the weekend, and he could just not go. It was very scary during his match yesterday. It looked like he kind of passed out. In the middle, he had top advantage, and then kind of fell. Maybe he couldn't take the pain. Maybe he did pass out. I'm unaware. I'm not going to act like I do know. But, yeah, to not see Mayer versus Moncherie in the finals is a rough one, but we're still going to have a ton of great wrestling today, Dane.
We're going to have great wrestling indeed, and 2 App State wrestlers are going to be wrestling at the same time as Cooper Foster for App State. The 125 is in consolations, as today we are starting with consolation semifinals, then consolation finals. Then it goes to the finals. And with mat 2, we got Cooper Foster facing up against Tyson Lane of Gardner-Webb. They faced off earlier in the season. Cooper lost 7-4 in a close decision. But on mat number 3, we have Trace Ekman from Bellarmine and Jarvis Little from Appalachian State. These guys faced off also in the regular season. What can you say about that, Trey?
Jarvis showed he was, honestly, flat out better in that Bellarmine-App State duel. Jarvis had a rough go yesterday to end his day, but I think Jarvis is super locked in, just as locked in as Cooper is, and we're going to see possibly 2 App State wins at the same time.
And knocking on wood, as both matches start, Jarvis goes straight into the 2-on-1 from hand fighting, and Cooper Foster takes his space, but he's also going low. It's going to be hard to commentate 2 matches at once, Trey.
Yeah, Dane. Cooper had a really rough go at Tyson Lane. Only 4 of those points, 3 of those came from a late takedown, but as he finds himself in an east-west position here, he's got a single leg in. I think Cooper might take a shot here coming quick. Jarvis still in a head tie on his mat. A little more action on mat 2. Can't get the shot, and he might take it. That's 3 for Cooper Foster to open the day for all the scoring around all the mats.
And Cooper Foster went for a shot attempt, and it looked like that Tyson Lane tried to go for a tilt position, and Cooper just kept running towards the legs and got behind Tyson Lane and got the first takedown of the day to make it 3-0. And Jarvis and Trace Ekman is still scoreless, as looks like there is either blood time as a stoppage has happened, but it looks like they will continue back. And it starts back up again around 2 minutes of wrestling time for Jarvis Little. He is deep in a takedown attempt in between the barn doors. Goes out of the barn doors and trying to get his leg out, as both men have a leg. Both men have the exact same position, having a trip. I wonder how this is going to go. As Trace Ekman goes down with the leg, but so does Little. Little has that leg Many fans are calling for that three, and they're going to go out of bounds. No points have been called, and Bellarmine head coach a little worried about that, but Cooper Foster got himself with the takedown. He has himself a chicken wing and pushing for that half, but Tyson Lane is pushing Cooper Foster and posting on Cooper Foster's right leg to keep that from going up, but he's swiping. Is that a pin? And that's a pin for Cooper Foster. Cooper Foster loves John Mark Bentley, goes off, and that's the first win for Appalachian State of the day against one of the top three, Bellarmine.
Cooper Foster, get your get back from the final day of the season. Tyson Lane absolutely dominated his matchup. Cooper Foster was one of those guys telling us, hey, seeds don't matter. I'm a true freshman. I'm coming in here. I'm showing you what I got. And what does he do? He takes down the number 2 seed to potentially wrestle for that 3rd place in his first ever SoCon championships.
And Cooper Foster is moving on to the 3rd place finals to have the chance to place. And Jarvis having his own match too. Has a leg, but looks like Ekman has a leg also. These guys are battling it out, and no one wants to stop wrestling today. Jarvis has the leg, trying to cross face and separate, but Tyson just has that leg, and he's holding on for dear life. Jarvis trying to circle back around. Trace Ekman trying to just keep that leg. He's just holding on for dear life, Trey.
Yeah, Jarvis had really good defense when that kind of like both wrestlers had that single leg. You know, it seemed like both wrestlers had really good position to get takedown. We kind of go out of bounds there. Jarvis really saved by that out of bounds. We go straight to the middle. Both of these wrestlers look really, really equal to end this first period. I think we're going to get a really good last 2 periods here, Dane.
With the first period ending for Jarvis Little of Appalachian State, wrestling against Bellarmine's Trace Ekman. And while Cooper Foster was on mat 2 for App State, quickly got a pin in a revenge match in the first period. After getting a takedown, goes for the half and chicken wing and gets that pin. But Jarvis Little looking to get a win himself and join his teammate. And they are going to go caution on Jarvis for starting a little too early.
It's interesting, Dane, and if we look over to mat 1, it's Gylon Sims versus Brady Joyling. Sims from Citadel, Joyling from Davidson. Whoever wins that matchup will go ahead and face Cooper Foster in the consolation finals. Sims, probably the favorite, me and you thought coming into this event. Always thought it was going to be that Cooper Flynn, whoever won that Cooper Flynn Sims matchup was probably going to go on and win. Flynn did win that yesterday, so Sims a very heavy favorite to who, if he were to win this matchup in the consolation finals.
And like you said, either Jalon Sims or Brady Joyling will wrestle against Cooper Foster. And Cooper Foster has had trouble with both these guys, but I believe he has beaten Brady Joyling for him to get to the consolation. So that'll be a SoCon tournament rematch if Joyling can get past the former NCAA qualifier and Jalon Sims. But Jarvis Little still in his match, down 1 point, 1-0, due to an escape point from Ekman escaping from his position on bottom and start of the second period.
I think Jarvis understands how important this match is for him. You don't want to finish in a 5th to 6th position. A 3rd to 4th position obviously is not what Jarvis wanted, but a better start to his young SoCon career as well. He did not participate in last year's SoCon as he was the backup at 33 to Chad Bellis, but he spoke about how important Chad Bellis was to his improvement when we sat down with him. You know, being able to come to this event last year and, you know, be in this environment and talk to Chad and understand how important these matches are, even in the consolation bracket, it has to go to show that this match is just as important as some of these finals matches going on later.
And Jarvis just keeping his space, trying to get wrist control against Bellarmine's Trace Ekman. Mostly just level changes. Trace Ekman deep on a shot attempt, 10 seconds left. Jarvis chews by, and that's stalling on Jarvis for trying to run out of bounds so the time could expire. Jarvis goes back into the middle after going out of bounds, starts back neutral. And there's going to be 5 seconds left. Ekman just level changing, keeping Jarvis on his toes. But it looks like that'll be the end of the second period. And the third period will have Jarvis's decision. And Jarvis is going to choose bottom to try to tie up this match.
Jarvis got to create more chaos. I always say it when we watch a Jarvis match. He needs to create that chaos. When he throws fakes in, he really gets his opponent jumping. He just hasn't been able to do that against Ekman here. Ekman done a really good job keeping Jarvis on his back foot, but that's just not a position where Jarvis wants to be at right now.
And many consolations happening right now in many different weight classes as Dyson Dunham is up 6-1 against Dominic DiTullio. In a seeding upset, as that would be, as Dominic DiTullio is one of the top seeds in this bracket, but he's in consolations. And Jarvis tries to escape, but goes out of bounds, and he'll have a minute 45. And on mat 2, Dyson Dunham gets a reversal out of the second period.
That is surprising. VMI really showing out this event. They have a guy in the 65 finals that came from the 8 spot, currently an 8-1 lead over DiTullio, who is the number 2 spot in that 41 division. VMI, usually a bit of a slouch in the SoCon tournaments, but hey man, they're here to wrestle as everyone else is, showing what they got.
And it looks like there will be a review on mat 2, possibly regarding the reversal, but Dyson Dunham has an 8-1 lead. But Jarvis still trying to escape out of Trace Ekman on bottom, but goes just keep going out of bounds. That's just a common occurrence. Tries to escape, goes out of bounds.
Ekman kind of just laying on Jarvis a little bit. I don't know how else to describe it. He's kind of just putting his entire body weight on him. Goes a little fast there, doesn't get the caution. Jarvis just really unable, tries to Granby roll, cannot get out of Ekman's hold. Kind of seems similar to he was trying to cause a stall from Juracek in his last match yesterday. It's just not working for him. He needs to change his pace and change his game plan to potentially move on in this bracket.
And they'll go out of bounds again as Jarvis just keeps trying to escape, but the top pressure from Trace Ekman is really working. And Jarvis has about a minute left to tie up this match. But even with the escape, Trace Ekman has his closing in on a minute of riding time.
Yeah, if he gets 15 more seconds, riding time virtually locked in. Jarvis just having a huge struggle with Ekman's lock right now. Looks kind of like big brother, little brother at the moment.
And Jarvis trying to escape, and Ekman, and Jarvis escapes, ties it up. But just over a minute of riding time for Ekman. And Diaby and Schott know it, as Jarvis needs to get working, eliminate some of that riding time, as there's 35 seconds remaining. And goes in for a shot attempt and trying to escape as Jarvis on the outer skirts. Ekman goes for a single leg. And that's 3 for Jarvis, and he kind of just gave that up. I'm not going to lie. I didn't see any defense coming from there, and Jarvis just goes out of bounds. And looks like Jarvis, hate to say it, but looks like he gave up.
It really does. Needs a takedown in the next second with Ekman with 13 seconds left in this match. He's got a minute and 12 of riding time. Riding time is basically locked in. He's got that extra point. Jarvis needs to get out immediately and immediately get a takedown. Unsure if he's going to be able to do that, but you're exactly right, Dane. He really did just kind of let that takedown happen. You heard Coach Bentley yelling on the side across, like from where the other wrestlers are locked off, but Jarvis gets a takedown here. He gets a reversal, can't get it, go out of bounds. There's 1 second left on the clock, but Ekman virtually has a point left. There's 0 on the clock, a minute 20 of ride time, and that's going to send it for Jarvis Little in Asheville. A 5-3 decision ends his day, ends his tournament against Ekman.
And Jarvis Little, a tough loss after being so close to the finals, and he finishes around 5th to 6th in the SoCon championships here in Asheville for the 133-pound weight class. And it looks like Trace Ekman will move on to the 3rd place match. And current wrestlers wrestling right now, Xander Fachiros and Hunter Mason is wrestling at 141 right now in the consolation semis for 141. And also Dyson Dunham and Dominic DiTullio are wrestling. And Dyson Dunham is putting on a masterclass right now, winning 11-3 against the top-ranked Dominic DiTullio in the SoCon.
And Dan, I said it, VMI showing that they are no slouch this year. Have a guy in the 165 finals, and then Dunham absolutely dominating the number 2 seed in all of 141. A guy that auto-handily beat pretty good a couple weeks ago as well. So maybe a bit of lack of form from DeTulio, but Dunham just making easy work of him.
And right in the middle of the mat, as Dyson Dunham separates, but his teammate Phoenix Alea also fighting his way in the 149 consolation semis against Nate Higley, just started their match on mat 3.
Higley was easily one of the most impressive people yesterday. I really thought he could have gone to the 57 finals, but 49 finals, but ends up going to this consolation bracket. And I'd have to say that it might be him or Keyser as the easy favorites in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and in the lower bracket indeed, but while there's no App State wrestlers on the mat right now, let's have a little bit of a review. Five wrestlers in the finals, and now 4 wrestlers in consolation, as Jarvis Little just did lose at the 133 consolation semifinals. But other wrestlers as well that are in consolation that we'll see today. Colt Campbell at 174. And looks like that Dominic DeTulio got a takedown, but Dominic DeTulio did not get a takedown, but he is hurt. He's shaking his head in pain. He's just waiting the timeout, and Dyson Dunham knows it. He saw he's hurt. He's just staying on top, just gaining possession right now, and the third period just ended, but yeah, looks like having a little trouble with that knee, limping, but even with that result, Dyson Dunham wins 16-6 and will go to the consolation finals.
That's a huge result. Obviously, VMI not really a threat in the team score, but a huge individual result of a key debt wrestler. Now we have Jeremiah Price walking on that too.
And Jeremiah Price is going to be facing Gordano. Gordano was upset by Jeb Pretchel earlier today, who Jeb Pretchel is going to the finals at 157. And wrestling math is weird because Jeremiah Price beat Jeb Pretchel 7-0 in the regular season, but Jeb Pretchel making it all the way to the finals, while Jeremiah Price is fighting his way for 3rd place in the consolation semis as the match starts.
And if you remember a couple weeks ago, Dane, me and you did that Gardner-Webb duel. Gordano absolutely dominated Price. 14-4 major decision. Price could just get nothing. He was like kind of the moral of the story for Price's end season, but seeds don't matter. Still got matches to go. Price got to lock in and hit it. Gordano obviously had a huge lead, 13-4 over Pretchel, and got pinned. So we saw it yesterday. Thomas Snipes out. Anything can happen in Asheville right now.
Exactly. And Phoenix Alea, Nate Higley still wrestling 3-0. Nate Higley winning from Bellarmine, but Phoenix Alea just got an escape. And on mat 1, we have Xander Fachiros and Hunter Mason. Debatably 2 favorites in their weight class to even win, but now they're in the consolations at 141. But with Hunter Mason losing against Aldo Hernandez, App State's very own, in a dominant fashion, Hunter Mason up 3-1 against Xander Fachiros, and Jeremiah Price and Gordano has yet to be on the way of scoring, but still just wrestling, hand fighting, just going back and forth. Both just hand fighting, trying to get some advantage position. And they're gonna go in the middle and restart. Jeremiah Price goes down on level, and Gordano posting up, trying not to let Jeremiah have that advantage. And Jeremiah Price is such a physical wrestler.
It's true.
He'll need that physicality against Gordano. It's
true. He's such a physically dominating guy. When he gets you on your belly, it really feels like he's just going to purely dominate you. The thing that kind of questions me, he's lost that kind of explosive step from last season. He can't really just blow through an opponent like we see Gordano shooting some fakes. We saw Price Price shoot a lot of fakes last season. That really hasn't been his game this year. Maybe he needs to switch it up. There's a fake from Price. Another one, 2 more. He's just faking out of my boots. I think he hears me.
And Hunter Mason just pinned Xander Fachiros in a close 3-2 matchup and got the takedown and gets that beginning.
I mean, Mason can't be pleased after yesterday, losing, I think it was 16-4 to Aldo Hernandez. Absolutely kind of embarrassed, was the #1 seed.
He
by
looks
the
embarrassed
5
right
seed.
now after his win. He goes off the mat. He doesn't look happy. He's just walking off. As Hunter Mason is the winner, and he looks like the loser right now.
I mean, when you're a heavy favorite coming into a tournament and you get absolutely dominated by the 5 seed, I don't know if I would be happy probably for the rest of the time, because only one guy goes to Cleveland from these tournaments, and it's not going to be Hunter Mason.
And time goes out, and they're not going to call that 3 for Bellarmine, for Gardner Webb for Jeremiah Price. As App State defers to Gardner Webb, and Gardner Webb is going to choose bottom.
Caden Keyser also stepping on the mat against Otero from Chattanooga, a bit of a rematch. I don't think these guys wrestled each other when App State went to Chattanooga, so the first time both of these #1 guys on their teams will face off against each other. Keyser also lost to DeRoser in a rematch of the 2025 149 finals, finds himself in the consolation bracket, fighting for a chance to wrestle for 3rd place.
And Caden Keyser being ranked pretty much all season, hoping for 3rd place, as he will not, even if he gets 3rd, he will not get to qualify for NCAAs, but this is mostly just a chance to place in top 3. And with Joseph Giordano being on bottom, he escapes and gets the first point of the match. And 2 App State wrestlers currently wrestling on mat 1 and 2, Jeremiah Price versus Joseph Giordano, and Caden Keyser versus Yuta Ortega of Chattanooga.
Hunter's shot, I think, calling for maybe an illegal hold. Price shoots a shot there, almost had it. Great takedown defense from Giordano to thwart that shot from Price.
Both men hand fighting, trying to fight for wrist control. Giordano goes for a sloppy shot attempt, but Jeremiah stuffs it. Keyser goes for a shot attempt, goes behind the back doors. But Otero grabbing that leg for dear life, as that's one of the last defenses for a takedown. And Keyser taking his time, as he does not want this to be a stalemate, but he does need to get working, as it's just a north-south position, and looks like that the ref is going to call stalemate, and they will start right back in the middle.
I think that's the best thing for Keyser. I think he had really good positioning on Otero to start. Otero just still had that foot, like what you were talking about, was able to stay out of Keyser's really good hold and then move back forward to middle. I think Keyser might throw a couple fakes in here and get a shot. Otero actually the first one to throw a fake in.
And the second period will end as Jeremiah Price versus Giordano is a very tight match score-wise, as Price is down 1-0, and Nate Higley gets the pin over VMI's Phoenix Alea in the 149 consolation semis. So whoever wins for Caden Keyser versus Yuta Ortega will face Nate Higley of Bellarmine.
Bellarmine still proving that, hey, they're a force to be reckoned with in this conference. A great showing for Nate Higley throughout this entire tournament, and a great showing for the entire team of Bellarmine.
And with Price starting on bottom, trying to get escape, he stands up, but Giordano still had that leg. And as Keyser gets a takedown to make it 3-0 to start Caden Keyser's match with 43 seconds left in the first period. And Jeremiah Price broke the grip, but he needs to get out, and that's exactly what he does. 1:30 remaining in this match, and it is tied 1-1. Only 20 seconds of riding time to Giordano. I don't believe that'll take into effect unless we'll go to overtime riding time, unless that will take into effect.
Price done a really good job we spoke about it. He's so powerful. He's done a really good job using those big, strong shoulder blades to kind of thwart anything Giordano wants, and that was the problem for him in the last match. Giordano just got whatever he wanted when he wanted. Price saw the film, saw what he liked, and has done a really good job on defense in this one.
And on mat 3, an interesting thing happened. Kavarius Liddy goes for a great ankle pick and gets it. And now he's going for that rolling cradle for Christian Hale Anderson from Presbyterian. And Presbyterian has not had a great day, but they have one finalist today, I believe. But Jeremiah Price's match still 1-1. Caden Keys still up 3-0 as the second period starts. And they're going to start in the middle for a restart, and the ref is going to talk to both wrestlers as they're wrestling pretty aggressive right now. Both men separate, trying to just hand fighting. Price and Gordano still 1-1. 15 seconds remaining. If one guy doesn't make a move soon, they're going to go to overtime. Gordano goes for a shot attempt. Price, hand fighting. Some Bellarmine fans might call for some stalling. But Price just hand fighting in the time, and they will go to overtime. In the overtime period, they will have 2 minutes to wrestle more.
Whoever scores first is going to get the win here. I think Price did a really good job of defending that last shot by Gordano. But you're right. I think it was really scary at the end. If Price did get that stall warning, he would carry that into this overtime period, and that would not be good for him, as if Gordano did force him to stall, the match would be over.
And both men just in the collar tie. And Keyser up 7-0 now against Utah Otero of Chattanooga. And Jeremiah Price goes for a shot attempt, but Gordano stuffs it. Both men start neutral.
Three App State wrestlers now on the mat as Colt Campbell's getting ready to start his match too. They just want us to be all over the place, Dan.
Absolutely. And 3 App State wrestlers as Colt Campbell starts immediately and gets a leg. Colt Campbell starts out fast against Chattanooga's Caden Monroe. Campbell grabbing both legs, trying to go. Does he get that 3? He gets it. Colt Campbell in the first 10 seconds of the match gets the takedown. And this overtime period is going to go to a stalemate as Jeremiah Price and Gordano will start back in the middle.
Price was huge into a takedown attempt, but Gordano just sat on his knees and was just too strong for Price to absolutely bully through him. Go back to neutral with about 45 seconds left on the clock.
With Colt Campbell up 3-0 on mat 3, Utah Otero down 0-7 against App State's Caden Keyser. And Gordano and Price still going in overtime as there's 30 seconds left. Price goes in. Price has the double underhook. That's a very good position, but the overhook by Gordano. And they're going to go out of bounds, and they're going to start back in the middle with 18 seconds remaining, and this might go to rideouts, which what happens after the overtime period, if no one scores, they go to rideouts to see that who can get an escape point, who can get the most riding time, and who can win. And goes for a shot attempt by Gordano, but Price stuffs it as they're both just going to hand fight and wait out the clock. And they're going to double overtime as Jeremiah Price gets the decision and he goes bottom after Bellarmine defers. And the first period will start from Jeremiah Price on bottom to try to escape. And Gordano will need to ride out Price here for a chance to win, and Price will need to escape to possibly get a point.
App State did lose a ride out yesterday with Jarvis Little losing one. We get a caution on Gordano. He had a caution earlier, no? Or did Price had the caution earlier? So a caution each, a wrestler for both. But like I said, App State 0-1 in rideouts thus far. Jarvis Little did lose a 2-2 decision on a 4-second ride time.
And Price reaching back, trying to break open that grip. Gordano has a tight waist grip around Price. Price has a leg stuck. He needs to get it out. He basically does. Price sits out, grabs the leg. He sits out, trying to break open that grip. Price so close to breaking the grip. But Gordano grabs that leg as a couple swipes go by, but trying to understand why, but and 30 seconds left, and Giordano does not allow Price to escape.
On the other mat, the Colt Campbell match, Monroe had a huge attempt at a takedown. Chattanooga fans wanted a 3. Colt Campbell says, here, I'll give you one myself. Absolutely flips Monroe on his head for a 6-1 lead for the true freshman.
And now Giordano will start the next overtime period. And we get a second caution for Joseph Giordano. And one escape point to Giordano as Price decides to go neutral.
Price wants the takedown here. He's going for it. Giordano got to worry about stalling here. He's actually going to go for a takedown himself. Price got to move around. Giordano has that leg. We're going east-west here. And the Gardner-Webb bench absolutely exploded as the ref blew the whistle. Interesting decision here for Price to go neutral.
And that might be on the downside. Price shoots for a sloppy double leg, instantly goes in, shoots. Price tries more, goes for the body lock, 10 seconds remaining. Price needs to work to get that takedown, and Price trying, but Giordano holding on for dear life. And Price, immediately after the match, after his 2-1 loss in overtime, shakes hands with Giordano, no blood lost. But that is the end of the day for Jeremiah Price, and Price fought a good match, 2-1 loss. But that is the end of the day for Jeremiah Price, and Caden Keyser is up 12-2 on Utah Otero. And that'll be the end of the match over there. And Caden Keyser will have a win for App State at 149. And Caden Keyser will go to the consolation finals to compete for 3rd place. And on mat 3, Colt Campbell is up 9-1 against Camden Monroe of Chattanooga.
Yeah, he's been absolutely dominating Monroe. I've been watching this match. Keyser really dominating his opponent. So when we weren't watching the Price match, I was looking over for the Colt Campbell match, but 2 huge wins. If App State is able to take the 74 match, you get a win over Chattanooga at 49. You get a win if this holds at a 9-1 scoreline. Colt Campbell with 2 minutes of ride time already, dominating Monroe. These two did not wrestle each other in the App State Chattanooga duel. That was Joe Zawitowski for App State there, but 2 huge wins for huge team score implications if the Colt Campbell stands, and that's another stall warning for Monroe. Colt Campbell's just going to keep extending this lead.
And Colt Campbell, that'll be the end of the second period. And now Colt Campbell leads 10-1 to start his first match of the day in the consolation semifinals. But other matches that just started, Noah Hall versus Mason Reinecke for 165, and Brandon Jacoby and Bryce Griffin also in the 165 consolation semis. Whoever wins both of those matches in the 165 consolation will wrestle the winner. And Chattanooga having both a guy on mat 1 and mat 3. One of those guys is wrestling Colt Campbell. And some Chattanooga guys want that 3 for Camden Monroe, but they're not going to get it just yet. But they're not going to get it as Campbell has a leg of his own, and Monroe goes for the crotch grip. And for those who don't know what a crotch grip is, because the sound does very odd, and when you get taken down, you go in between the wrestler's legs, and you basically grip your hands so your arms are wrapped around in between their legs and in between their legs, so they can't really circle around, and you can't really give them total control of the takedown. So it's mostly just a move to end in a stalemate and to start back neutral, but it is a tactic that some wrestlers use to either flip their opponent, because you can either use that flip them over, or just use a stalemate to stop them from circling over. But Colt Campbell up 9 points at this 1 minute left in the last period of his match, as Monroe gets a takedown, gets a takedown and gets 3, makes it 10-4, and Colt Campbell, with 45 seconds remaining, needs to be careful because 6 points is very doable in wrestling.
Campbell does have ride time locked in, so he will have an extra point in his back pocket, really a 7-point deficit for Monroe. Campbell just needs to not get pinned here. We've seen late second pins all over in Asheville. That's what Monroe wants. Diabe and Bianchi really trying to stop it, and Colt's able to get out.
Colt gets out, makes it 11-4. Campbell immediately trying to defend Monroe as Monroe with the last 15 seconds going for any last takedown attempts. Monroe still trying to work something, goes for the tie-in, 10 seconds remaining. Seems like right now all hope is lost for Monroe. Monroe goes for a lat throw and gets put on his back. And that'll be the end of the match for Colt Campbell as Monroe goes for a last-second throw. And that will be a win, 19-4.
That's a tech fall, Dane.
As that is a tech fall in the last point as the time expires. And as John Mark Bentley, Hunter Schott, and Will Miller watch from the sidelines, they're going to congratulate Campbell. And John Mark Bentley goes underneath the ropes, and he wants to talk to Campbell immediately.
Bentley was screaming like an absolute madman when Campbell got out of that Monroe hold, like, Colt, go, need more points. And Colt gets it at the buzzer. Diaby thought he was going to get a pin there. He said, ooh, 2 more seconds. Colt had that pin, but we'll take 5 more for that tech fall and more points ahead of Chattanooga. 2 huge wins at 49 and 74 for App State to just keep blowing through that team score.
And with that win being against Chattanooga, that will widen the point differential when it does eventually get updated. And it is right now 74-72, and I don't know if that is with the match that just happened with Colt Campbell. But Chattanooga is still wrestling right now in a 0-0 still match in the second period between Mason Reinecke and Noah Hall.
Reinecke, a really technical wrestler. We saw him yesterday, I believe, against Canetta in the semifinals. A great matchup between those two. Canetta absolutely roaring, dominating Reinecke at the end of that match. But Reinecke really has really good positioning on Hall right here. No points given thus far, but looks like Reinecke could flip him on his back here. That's got to be 3 for Reinecke. Ref's still not calling for it. Wants back points too.
Almost gets it, but Reinecke needs to be careful as his back was almost touching both shoulders, as even if you are in control and both your shoulders touch on the mat, that's a defensive pin. And I've seen a lot of guys in high school when they're dominating, about to get a tech fall, and they go on their mat trying to get a tilt like how Reinecke's doing right now, and they end up pinning themselves and losing. But on mat 2, Bryce Griffin, we are on tech fall watch. Bryce Griffin of Davidson and Brandon Jacoby of Presbyterian. And whoever wins the Mason Reinecke versus Hall match, I'm going to say it, will face Bryce Griffin.
You can't call it. You can't call it just yet. Jeb Pretchel had a pin, 13-4 down.
Yeah, that is true, but back points are happening right here on mat 2. But very close as Noah Hall, very close, but we do see a grip on green. As we do see, but we see a 2 reversal for Noah Hall, but we might have saw, and we see a instant stalling for Mason Reinecke, as that might have been the original call in the first place before the takedown as a offensive stalling, but gets the reversal. And they're going to start back in the middle, as that is the big 2 first points, as Noah Hall gets 2-0 against Chattanooga's Mason Reinecke. And on mat 2, Bryce Griffin gets the tech fall 18-1 against Brandon Jacoby. And Gavin Ricketts versus Brant Kraft is wrestling right now for the 184 consolation semis on mat 3. But on mat 2, we have an interesting matchup, as the winner of this match will face Colt Campbell in the 3rd place finals in 174. And it is Mark Koch and Isaiah Guerrero. But Isaiah Guerrero has impressed me when he impressed me as a start of Bellarmine, when Gardner Webb went to App State and Boone. And Isaiah Guerrero did something to Colt Campbell that I've never seen happen to Colt before. And had a dominant win. Guerrero being very close to the finals, loses a very close match by I believe, a singular point. But Guerrero instantly gets the first takedown, but Guerrero lost by a takedown against Jacob Silka, the number 2 seed in the 174, as that final will be Grant Odell versus Jacob Silka. But Isaiah Guerrero instantly gets the first takedown, as he wants Campbell. He wants Campbell in his 3rd place matchup. Campbell.
Yeah, if Guerrero is able to win, it's really hard to beat one guy 3 times in 1 year, especially 3 guys in 2 weeks. You know, Guerrero, I think a little underseeded coming into the tournament. He came in as the 6th, got a really favorable matchup, and Colt Campbell, a guy he had absolutely dominated a couple weeks prior. So, excuse me, Guerrero, really, really good showing today. A really, really good showing all across the tournament, especially Gardner-Webb, too. Gardner-Webb, no slouch, as I think we just got a reversal on mat 2.
We get a reversal on Isaiah Guerrero trying to reach for legs, but as Mark Koch gets the reversal on Guerrero, and Koch is trying to get behind, but Koch has Guerrero's right leg, and we have stalling. We have stalling on Guerrero on bottom. Guerrero is trying to fight for some hand movement, but Koch gets the reversal and stays on top of Guerrero to make it a tight match.
Guerrero's got to watch out to not get another stalling call here. He's kind of just staring at the ref like, what am I supposed to do? Got his head down, not really working. We're either going to get a stalemate or a stalling call on Guerrero here, I feel like.
And Guerrero on bottom just trying to fight the hands and fight for grip, but we might get a stalemate soon. But Koch on top just continues to fight as Isaiah just continues to build his base, as I will not be surprised if we see another stalling call here as Isaiah Guerrero sits out and Koch looks for that power half to try to get some back points, but Koch needs to be worried about being too far high while having the legs in to go for that power half. And he'll go out of bounds, and while Koch will still be on top with 30 seconds left in the first period, with Isaiah Guerrero up 3-2 on mat 2. And Mason Reinecke and Noah Hall is a neck-and-neck match. Both have 2-2, and they're in overtime to start the second period.
Yeah, I've had my eye on that one, Dane. As you've had yours on mat 2. Absolute domination from Reinecke, as we saw, like he had all that riding time in the second period, really carried him into this overtime period. Hall had a really good third period, but Reinecke had about 1:30 of ride time build up, so we go into overtime. Now, Hall really did go for an escape, a takedown attempt at the end of it, but it was pushed out of bounds, no call by the official. So Hall a little bit of momentum heading into this overtime period, but Reinecke's got, both men actually have, Hall's got an underhook, while Reinecke's got him on over his shoulder. Hall's going to go for a shot attempt. Reinecke's going to defend it. Both men have a bit of positioning. Hall seems to have the better one. Hall has Reinecke on his shoulders. I think we might get a stalemate here. We're going to go east-west. That's what the Bellarmine coaches want. Chattanooga coaches kind of just watching in silence while the Bellarmine coaches yell play attempts or play calls to their guy. Some people want a stalemate. I think that guy wants a stalemate.
Yeah, I think that guy wants a stalemate. I'm no genius, though.
I would have to agree. I can't believe the officials let this go on for so long. Bellarmine coaches want Reinecke on his back. UTC fans still yelling for a stalemate, but Reinecke might be flipping this position here, Dane.
And some fans want a 2 or a 3 here, as Hall is just driving for that takedown, and Reinecke defending it.
Only 15 seconds left in the overtime period. I still cannot believe that this hasn't gone to a stalemate. Reinecke not even wrestling. Hall's pulling him back in, no call, and Hall's gonna get the takedown with 5 seconds left, and they go out of bounds.
And Noah Hall, after getting the takedown, steps over Reinecke after Reinecke was debatably stalling. But some Chattanooga fans wanted a stalemate there, but does not get it, and Noah Hall for Bellarmine is moving on to the 165 third place finals for Bellarmine, as that is a big loss for Chattanooga in the team score.
I cannot believe the official let that position go for like 1 minute and 15 seconds. Officials letting the guys wrestle. Can't say I don't like it. Hey, let the guys wrestle. Let the guys go through it. And Hall ends up winning that battle. Reinecke not happy about it. Can't blame him. Probably was the favorite coming into this. Doesn't get the result he wanted, and neither does Chattanooga.
And we got a reversal on mat 2 between Mark Koch and Guerrero, as Koch gets the lead as he gets that reversal against Isaiah Guerrero. And Mark Koch putting some hope into Davidson. and lets Isaiah Guerrero up, and that'll be a 4-4 neck-and-neck match. Still the second period, but 1 minute left there. And App State, without any current updates, has 81.5 points with Chattanooga in 72. And a Guerrero tried to go for a takedown after a slip by Koch, but both men in a north-south position just grabbing each other's leg. Might get a stalemate soon.
Davidson coaches really want this stalemate. You know how emotional the Davidson head coach is. If you've ever been in Boone during an App State-Davidson duel, you know how loud and abrasive that Davidson coach is.
And as a stalemate on mat 2. And close matches all around as Gavin Ricketts and Brant Kraft are wrestling on mat 3 as Kraft is deep on the takedown attempt, but Ricketts is not letting it go that easy. And that is it for mat 1, or mat 3 in Haps, as Brant Kraft is going on to the 184 third place finals. And the winner of Landon Jones and Brody Porter will be who he wrestles in those finals.
Interesting. If Koch does end up winning this match, neither Campbell or Koch wrestled in that App State-Davidson duel. It was Zavatoski, and I believe I'm saying this name correctly, Lange from Davidson. I apologize if that is not the correct pronunciation, but neither guy faced off against anyone of either team in their duel. You know, we spoke about Guerrero and his great form earlier. Campbell unable to defeat him in 2 attempts this season.
And in 2 attempts, Guerrero getting the win over Campbell, as the preferred matchup for Campbell in this case is Mark Koch, as Guerrero seems to be Colt Campbell's kryptonite, but Colt Campbell is waiting in the third place finals for whoever his opponent is on mat 2 between Davidson's Mark Koch and Gardner Webb's Isaiah Guerrero. But with the team score, App State is number 1, but when next time it updates, we will update everyone on the team score. But looks like a stoppage has happened on mat 2, and looks like they might review something. And looks like a challenge might be going on, or possibly the team score is wrong, but trying to figure that out on mat 2. But on mat 1, we have Brody Porter from the Citadel and Landon Jones from Chattanooga, like I said before, and the winner of that will go to face Campbell's very own in the third place finals. And on mat 3, we have Toby Schofstel and Adam Ortega. 2 really good guys, and they're both ending up in the consolations in the 197 range. And as it says on mat 3, that upcoming is Dalton Mayer and Josh McCutcheon, but that will not be happening, as Josh McCutcheon gets the medical forfeit bye. And Adam Ortega from the Citadel gets the takedown over Toby Schofstel.
It was a reversal, Dane. A great, Schofstel almost had back points going down. Ortega absolutely stuffs it and reverses it. Schofstel's going to go the other way back after Ortega almost has back points, and they're going the other way as well. Shout out Will Miller, taking my job, man. Not today?
Not today.
Will, how you like Colt's match earlier? I saw you over there with Bentley.
Sweet.
It's awesome. Who would you rather him face, of Guerrero or Koch?
Guerrero's currently 2-0 against Colt. And
I kind of want him to wrestle him. I think we'll get it back. You know?
Okay.
I think we'll get it back. Third
All
time's
right.
the charm.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's a Citadel kid.
Yep.
It'll be their third match.
Uh-huh.
So, I don't know. It's hard to beat somebody 3 times.
Exactly. Exactly. 2 true freshmen going. Keep their names in the SoCon title books. Well, thanks, Will. Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you as well.
Will Miller, App State wrestling legend,
Shout out
goes
Will
up to
Miller.
have a couple words.
Needs to give his contact to Adam Persico so he can get on Third Man High and talk some puck. He said he watched some Third Man High.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love Third Man High. Shout out Third Man High.
And shout out Third Man High and some scheduling happening right here. And Austin Cochran shouting us out.
Shout out Austin Cochran. I know his basketball team really isn't performing that well, but we're talking about wrestling today. Clemson doesn't have wrestling because they're scared they lose to NC State every year. But yeah, both matches going on right now at the 2 and the 3 are really close. We're going to a review on mat 2. Cannot say what the review is on, but about 2 seconds. It was a clock problem. Actually, I think the PA announcer is listening into our broadcast right now because she said it exactly when I said, I don't know what's going on. They called it a clock problem, but the match on mat 3 is an absolute barn burner. Ortega and Schofstel just going at each other. And Dane is completely right. These are two really, really good wrestlers. And 197, while it's not maybe the showcase of the SoCon, it's been super deep this year.
Super deep indeed. And Toby Schofstel might get a pin here on Garn's back, but bellies down and collects more points as Adam Ortega was very close. But now Ortega possibly getting a reversal, but a big old scramble, and Schofstel ends on top of the scramble. Almost.
Schofstel's got to be careful here. He's gone for a lot of back point attempts and a lot of more flips, but Ortega, every time he's gone for it, has really, like Dane said, scrambled himself and done a really good job of keeping himself into this match.
And on mat 2, between Mark Koch and Isaiah Guerrero, Guerrero has 5 and got that escape point. And Mark Koch might try to get that reversal soon. Needs to escape that leg, but I'm surprised no stalling has been given yet to Guerrero. He's just holding on to that leg and trying to push open, go ahead as they will go stalemate and go in the middle. Mark Koch immediately goes to the middle, and Isaiah Guerrero taking his time. Koch goes in to initiate. Guerrero goes in for a takedown attempt. Koch right in front, tries to go for that front headlock and stays in front of Guerrero and just pushes Guerrero away. Koch goes in for a takedown attempt, has that low single. Guerrero trying to grab a leg, and that is 3. And back points and counting. As that's 3 back points on top of a 3 takedown for Mark Koch.
What a turnaround for Koch there. Looked like Guerrero was gonna try and stalemate his way or stall his way into this win. Koch says, no, you're not. I'm gonna absolutely dominate you. And the Davidson bench is absolutely loving it. And there's a chance he gets even more points with ride time.
And with ride time going over a minute in the final 10 seconds, it does look like Mark Koch will get another point. As Isaiah Guerrero reaches back for a last-second throw attempt, Mark Koch gets the win and goes to the 3rd place finals to meet Colt Campbell. Isaiah Guerrero trying to go to the finals, the 3rd place finals, and to possibly try to go to a guy that he's already beat twice, but he doesn't even get there and loses to Mark Koch. What do you think of that match there, Trey?
I think that was great. I think Guerrero kind of, dropped his feet a little bit heading into the end of that 3rd period. Really had an advantage going on. We got Landon Jones with the pin attempt over Brody Porter on the other side. He got 4 near fall points back to the middle match. I think basically Guerrero just let his feet up, wasn't able to finish the match, and Koch was able to take it because of that.
And on mat 1, extremely exciting as Landon Jones is up 5-11 on Brody Porter of Citadel.
Brody Porter did have a 5-4 lead. He got a takedown, let Landon Jones up, and then Landon Jones turns around, gets takedown back points, and Landon Jones is absolutely dominating Porter right now, about to hit a minute of ride time, and the Chattanooga bench is going to just try and cut into this App State team lead.
And they go out of bounds as no takedown given to Brody Porter, as that could have been close.
That would have been really close. Jones really keeping that minute of ride time in his back pocket. It's really a 12-6 lead. Jones in really no worry of giving up a take or a loss to Porter here with about 7 seconds left. He's going to move into the consolation finals at 184. Oh, wow, we got some action after the match, and we got a fight going on now.
And the Citadel, like their teammates, go in and push each other around after they end up sore losing. And that'll be a 12-6 win for Landon Jones of Chattanooga. And like teammates, Brody Porter of the Citadel is a sore loser, just like Thomas Snipes.
Well, wasn't it Jones who kept him going? Kept the takedown attempt going, no? After the clock.
They went out of bounds, and Jones stopped rustling, and Brody Porter pushed him into the crowd.
I'm just saying, Jones kept going after the bell, kept going for a takedown attempt. I think both guys need to mind their manners a little bit, know their wrestling etiquette, but a good job of de-escalating that event from everyone involved. That could have been really bad because it looked like we were about to get a street fight on top of this wrestling meet.
And the Citadel loses another match today. And for those just listening in, Thomas Snipes, the #1 seed for 165, went 0-2 on the day in a big upset. But as Citadel continues to rise up the ranks in the team score, but some of their guys in Constellation not getting it done.
Dane absolutely loves Thomas Snipes. I don't know if you guys know that.
Absolutely. And with more updates, Toby Schaffstol wins 14-11 against Adam Ortega of the Citadel. Another loss for the Citadel in Consolations, Trey.
Not looking good for the Citadel. We said it's really App State, Chattanooga, and Bellarmine. Citadel in a strong 4th place. They have a chance to maybe catch up into that 3rd place spot, but a couple losses. They're really just banking on Galan Sims.
I think the only chance that the Citadel has to even going back to the top 3 is all their guys being champs that are in the actual bracket.
I think that might just be Sims.
Yeah, I think that might just be Sims.
Sims is in the 3rd place bout against none other than Cooper Foster. We were talking about Colt Campbell potentially facing Guerrero for the 3rd time this year. Sims and Foster wrestling for the 3rd time this year. And Will Miller said it himself. It's a really hard thing to do to beat one guy 3 times in a season, but Jalon Sims, a really tough task for the true freshman from Newland.
And on mat 2, Andrew Lieber goes in on a shot attempt. Has Maslanek on his back for a quick second and gets 2 swipes. And Bellarmine wants a 3rd. They thought they saw a 3rd back point, but none was given. But still a 8-1 lead from Andrew Lieber.
And while Dane was doing that, we did get confirmation Dalton Mayer did medically forfeit against Josh McCutcheon, so Josh McCutcheon will move on to the Consolation 3rd place match. He will face off against the winner of this one, Lieber or Maslanek. Excuse me, Spring or Van Ryder on mat 1.
And DJ Spring and Van Ryder just getting ready to start their match, and starts out, they both start out very aggressive. Maslanek starts out extremely aggressive, and I mean, Van Ryder starting out very aggressive, and Spring.
There's too much orange on the mat, Dane.
Way too much orange.
I'm just glad the Campbell coach didn't pop out with those orange pants.
Yeah, that was weird. Those who don't know, the Campbell head coach wore a blue quarter zip and Campbell orange pants.
Hey man, make a fashion statement. I don't know if that's the
that's the way to do it.
That's the one to do it, but App State not getting anyone this late into the Consolations. Everyone from 84 on, and Brooker, Eller, and Moncherie are in the finals, so no worry, you'll see them later at around 3:30. But App State still has Cooper Foster, Caden Keyser, and Colt Campbell still in this Consolation bracket. They will come up in just a little bit. I think Consolations will start around 11:30 to noon. It's sitting at about 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. And we will get Consolation finals up here shortly. And it'll start off fast as Cooper at 125 will be one of those first matches wrestling.
Yep, and being at 125 does have its disadvantages. You start out the first match, but there's honestly a personal preference for if you like to wrestle first or last, you like the pressure on you, or you just want to get your match out of the way. But we talked to Jarvis, and he said he prefers to get his match straight out of the way. But
it's weird how they kind of switch up. I remember Aldo said he kind of liked being the first match. It's kind of weird because he was sitting at 41. He's really smack dab in the middle right before the intermission break, but started at 41 a couple times, and Aldo said, I like it. I like running out of the tunnel and getting things started and setting the tone. Set the tone in the Gardner-Webb meet. I think he set the tone in the Bellarmine meet as well, if I remember correctly. He started at 41 2 times this season.
And And that is a 2 reversal on mat 2 for Connor Maslanek as he tries to make a late run to catch up to Andrew Lieber. As Andrew Lieber is up 11-4 on Connor Maslanek. But Maslanek getting that 2 reversal, slowly inching his way back. And Lieber needs to keep his cushion far and wide. And Lieber had a great match with App State's very own Logan Eller. What did you think of Logan Eller's matchup between Andrew Lieber? Because it was close, 11-8, and very confusing.
That was a very confusing, very controversial one. I think Lieber had a takedown and back points. It was almost an absolute mirror of the Caden Kieser match, but kind of switched. Lieber gets denied the back points. I'm going to be honest, kind of looked like he had the back points, goes in Logan Eller's favor, and then he's at 12 points, and then we go to 11 points. It's interesting. Lieber, probably the favorite in this matchup, and after the performance he had yesterday, maybe the favorite to take this third-place bout.
And they're going to go to a stalemate on mat 2 versus Lieber and Maslanek. And DJ Spring and Sawyer Van Ryder wrestling right now. Van Ryder wrestled Stefan Moncherie yesterday, and Moncherie, I believe, won 14-4.
Dominating. Steph's just the extra point guy.
And Spring trying to defend Van Ryder's shot attempt. Spring tries to go on the more outer bounds section, but Van Ryder needs to go back in as we get a stalling call on Davidson's DJ Spring. And DJ Spring's coaches do not seem to be happy with that. And 1 minute left in that second period, and is the final period right now. And Connor Maslanek gets a takedown to make it 12-7, but it looks like Lieber goes for their reversal to make it 14-7 with 35 seconds remaining, and does not look like any last-second decisions will happen there unless Maslanek has a miracle like Jeb Preschel.
I just want to say, these coaches, they're kind of going in duos. This Bellarmine coach has been at every single match for both days. He is running around and making his voice heard. I can hear him from up here right now, but shout out to the Bellarmine coach who's all over the mats this weekend.
And DJ Spring having himself a leg, trying to go down, try to get that takedown. They're going to go out of bounds and say it's neutral.
I don't know about that one, Dane. That looked like 3 or stalling. Looked like Spring kind of snailed his butt to the out to try and pull him out. That's either got to be a stalling or a 3 in my opinion.
And Andrew Lieber wins 15-7 against Connor Maslanek of Campbell, as Campbell has another down season. Well, not another, but a down season at that.
Lieber go on to face Schostel. That'll be a really, really good matchup, Dan. We saw Ortega and Schostel kind of have a barn burner. That score line doesn't really show how good that match was, but excited to see this 97 consolation final.
And DJ Spring ties it up for an escape point to make it 1-1 for Sawyer Van Ryder and DJ Spring, who the winner of this will face Josh McCutcheon in the third place finals of Gardner Webb.
And Spring coming in as the 7 seed, Van Ryder as the 5. Spring didn't have to go in the pigtail, but he was the third to last seed, and he has somewhat of advantage. Looks like he's wrestled a little bit better than Van Ryder in this match specifically. Davidson coach is hyping him up, as we've said all day, as I've said all day. The Davidson coaches are loud, and they're going to let you know that they're here.
And goes for a shot attempt, but gets stuffed. Van Ryder goes for a couple fakes. Both men go in the middle of the mat. Goes for a reset. Both hand fighting. Less than a minute remaining in this match. Looks like if nothing happens here, we might go to overtime, but one of them might get some last second points, or it doesn't look like any stalling might happen as both men are constantly trying to work. And Sawyer Van Ryder of Campbell and DJ Spring of Davidson fighting in the consolation heavyweight semis. And Van Ryder deep on a takedown attempt, tries to circle around, and great takedown defense by DJ Spring of Davidson.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Dane has a good job, finds himself on the back foot on the perimeter, absolutely spins around, gets that out of bounds, and we go back neutral at mid-mat.
And Van Ryder goes in, has an underhook. DJ Spring separates to try to prevent that. Spring has a sprawl, goes out of bounds, trying to get a stalling. The medical trainer tried to even go up and call it for stalling. But Spring has great defense as he goes out of bounds, and to prevent the stalling, goes for a double and actually has a hole with a couple of legs and goes for a stalemate to start back in the middle with 9 seconds left. Will one of them try to prevent DJ Spring defending a takedown? Van Ryder gets the last second takedown with a second remaining, and they're going to throw the challenge for any last second hope.
Wow, Spring might be lucky twice. Saved by the bell right here, potentially. Chattanooga did throw that challenge block. I think maybe he got it. Block goes by a little fast.
And actually, they're going to say no takedown, and Campbell is going to challenge and say they got the takedown.
Excuse me, did I say Davidson challenge?
I believe so, but it's all right. I was a little confused myself. I just figured, wait, yeah, why is the guy from Campbell going to Davidson's corner? But wait, that's Campbell's corner.
But yeah, Spring, I thought that was a stalling call when he kind of ran out of bounds there. Super lucky to not pick one up. And then if this one goes in his favor, he's saved by the bell. Could get lucky twice. But if lightning strikes in the same place 3 times, you know what that means? You got to buy a lottery ticket. So if DJ Spring is able to win this matchup, he just might be the luckiest man in history. And the medical trainer talked to the ref a little bit. You were right. The medical trainer was the loudest one on the bench calling for the stall. And he kind of looks at the ref like, hey, what are we doing? But no call given.
And after this match, we'll have a bit of a break as consolation finals won't start till around 1 p.m.
1 p.m.?
I believe they just made that announcement.
Oh, my, Dane.
We will be here. We won't commentate for 2 hours, but
we can talk about stuff. It's a beautiful day outside. Maybe we'll go outside, walk around.
Yeah.
Frolic in the flowers. Be a fun time.
And it starts right back up in overtime, and the takedown will not be given after the review.
Interesting. From my point of view, he did have that takedown, but officials go the other way. Have to think Van Ryder has the momentum heading into this overtime period. I don't think Van Ryder is going to want to go to rideouts in Spring. I think that's exactly what he needs. Spring hasn't really added any offense to this duel thus far in this third period. Spring, fake the takedown, still head-to-head in mid-mat. 2 tie-up. Van Ryder goes for a fake. Spring's actually going to attack on it. Both men go for it. Both men have an arm in. Now Van Ryder's going to get the leg, and he's got Spring on his back foot. Campbell Bench wants him to do it. Whole fans want him to do it, and he's going to shoot his takedown, and he's going to score from behind the arc. 3 points for Sawyer Van Ryder, and he finds himself in the third-place matchup in SoCon Consolation Finals at heavyweight.
And Sawyer Van Ryder is going to be wrestling Josh McCutcheon in the third-place finals between Campbell and Gardner Webb for the heavyweight third-place matchup. But let's have a bit of a recap. Trey to ask to spend some time, as we have a lot of it, as we have 2 hours till wrestling starts back up again.
You can kind of just hang out, talk, walk around, do anything. App State still on the top. Bellerman taking second place over Chattanooga, 75-74 in that one. App State, again, didn't have anyone wrestling in that back half since Colt Campbell picked up that win. Bellerman and Chattanooga were able to pick up some points. The Citadel did pick up about 2.5 points from their original 51.5. They're sitting at 53.5, but it's really that three-team monster as App State, Bellerman, and Chattanooga all sit within 7 points of each other. App State still does have 5 in the finals. Chattanooga with just 4. Bellerman for themselves.
And let's have a review of everybody and everyone's finals. Starting at 125 in the third place finals, we have Griffin and Hall fighting each other. Davidson and a Bellarmine matchup, as will be a must-win for Bellarmine for the team score. And in the finals for actually, I was 165 for a
I was
second.
confused.
But in the 165, it's Vigil and App State's very own Anthony Canetta in the 165 finals matchup there.
Be interesting because felt like Vigil was really the story of all of NCAA wrestling yesterday. He was all over social media, and let's see if he can kind of keep that form going into today's matches.
And at 125, like before, we have Jalon Sims and Cooper Foster in a regular season rematch, but also they in the first very round. Other than the pigtails in the start between 8 and 9, in the first round they wrestled, and where Cooper lost 4-12 to Jalon Sims. And in the 125 matchup, we will have the other Cooper Flynn from Chattanooga, and Joe Calvin from Bellarmine.
Joe Calvin, another one of those Bellarmine Knights that really had a bit of a storied run to these finals. We've had a lot of storied runs to finals all over the place, but Joe Calvin had a great end to his semifinals match yesterday. Cooper Flynn used great defense against Sims. Me and Dane had both agreed that we thought Sims was underranked coming into this tournament, and we had both thought that he was the favorite coming in here, but Flynn kind of stalled his way to the finals. Hey, it's wrestling. You do what you can.
And you have a little bit of a break from the wrestling, but we see high school wrestlers rolling up the mats. As you can tell that they're high schoolers by the tradition of their bleach blonde dyed hair. And
Okay.
that is a tradition of when high school wrestlers qualify for the state championship, they dye their hair bleach blonde.
I've always wondered that. And I'm glad I have a professional here to tell me. Finally, I've always just been so confused about that.
Yeah, it is a tradition. I honestly don't know where it comes from, but it has been a tradition since the end of time. I believe since the Grecos and Romans started wrestling in the original Olympics, they dyed their hair with bleach.
It's kind of fire.
And that was a joke. But
Oh, you weren't serious?
But it is a tradition. But I wasn't serious about Greco and Romans having
Dude,
an original.
you fooled me. I would have believed you if you would have said anything right there.
And at 133, no App State people, sadly, as Jarvis Little lost 5-3 in the Constellation semis. We have Tegan Vasquez versus Trace Ekman in the third place matchup. And we have an exciting 133 matchup between TK Davis and Ethan Orchuk.
That's probably sub any App State wrestlers. That's easily my matchup of the day. TK Davis versus Urichuk. Man, that is going to be an absolute barn burner, and I can't wait to see it, as that is the second match we're going to see today in the finals when they kick off at 3 p.m.
When they kick off at 3 p.m. for the finals, but more happening right now in 141, as the 141 matchup in the third place will be the number 1 seed Hunter Mason of Chattanooga and Dyson Dunham of VMI, as we almost had a very close 1 and 2 ranked matchup at third place, as Dyson Dunham beat Dominic DiTullio in dominant fashion 16-6, as Dominic DiTullio went in as the second seed and Dunham being the fourth, and Hunter Mason went in as the first seed, but he did lose to Aldo Hernandez in the semifinals, and now he will compete in the third place. But now in the finals for 141, we have App State's very own Aldo Hernandez versus Bellarmine's own AJ Rollo. These guys met earlier in the Bellarmine meet versus App State. In the App State meet versus Bellarmine, AJ Rollo, I believe, did win like 6-4 or
4-1 sudden victory.
4-1 in overtime sudden victory. And Aldo Hernandez, while we had talked about, we asked every wrestler, like, who's a person that you want to wrestle again, and he said he wants his get back for AJ Rollo in Asheville, and he has his chance to get it.
It's a huge matchup, not even just for the two, for team scores. You know, Bentley's all about these guys getting extra points. He's been yelling at them all year. That's what we need. We don't really have an extra point getter sub Tomas Brooker, maybe some Stephen Moncherie when he wants, but Aldo Hernandez, a dominant win over Hunter Mason yesterday, and Rallo, a pretty dominant win over DiTullio as well, 8-0 on him. So 2 major decisions heading into the finals. I think this might be the closest one we got. I like the TK Davis-Urichek match, but I could believe one of those really blowing the other one out. But Rollo Hernandez might be the one that tears the house down, Dan.
Indeed. And now we go to 149 as the third place matchup is App State's own and number 2 in the SoCon, Caden Keyser, up against Nate Higley of Bellarmine. Another App State versus Bellarmine matchup, as these will be very important for the team's score, as App State is first and closely followed by Bellarmine. And now for the finals matchup between the 141 is Anderson Heap versus Davidson and Carson DeRoser of Citadel. Caden Keyser lost to Carson DeRoser in a very tight decision, 6-5.
Have to think that DeRoser is the favorite going in. He was the auto qualifier from the SoCon last year. Did get that win over Keyser, who did get the number 2 just because he did lose to Anderson Heap during the regular season. That was the lone win for Davidson in the App State Davidson duel. But in my opinion, DeRoser is the favorite heading into that final.
Indeed, as Anderson Heap was the only person to defeat Caden Keyser in the regular season, and DeRoser was right for a possible placement. And now at 157, excuse me. Now 157, we have Gordano of Gardner-Webb and Liddy of Chattanooga.
Two guys that didn't really have dominant wins like they wanted to in those consolation semifinals, but if we move on to the finals, Dane, Lavelle, who had absolutely dominated Jeremiah Price not only in the regular season but in the semifinals.
Cairo Lavelle versus Jeb Pretchel, who defied all odds to be here.
Beat the number 3, Gordano, with a fall. Pretchel was down 13-4 in that moment with about 7 seconds left, 10 seconds left. Pretchel flips the match on its head, gets the pin, and then what does he do the match after? He gets Liddy on his back in not even the first period over, pins the number 2 seed in the entire tournament to send him off to the 157 finals. But again, I gotta think Lavelle is a heavy, heavy favorite here, just off pure domination. Said it yesterday, looked like this was just a business trip for him. He gave the stank face when he sent Jeremiah Price off the mat. Gotta think he's gonna do the same to Jeb Pretchel today.
And now at 165, the third place matchup will be Bryce Griffin of Davidson and Hall of Bellarmine. And like we said before, the finals is Vigil versus Canetta, as we already talked about that a little bit. And now to 174 in the finals matchup, in the third place finals matchup, we have Colt Campbell of Appalachian State versus Mark Koch of Davidson. And can you talk about that matchup possibly? Because Isaiah Guerrero has beaten Colt Campbell twice now, one being in this tournament, one during the regular season. Colt wanted that get back, but he's going to have to face Mark Koch.
Yeah, I don't know if that's maybe a good thing or a bad thing for Colt. Maybe I think he might have breathed a sigh of relief. Guerrero really did not look like a good matchup for him at all. Guerrero had full control in what felt like every single second of both their matches. Koch, neither of these wrestlers wrestled in the App State dual meet. It was Zavatoski for App State and Long, I believe I'm saying that correctly, for Davidson. So first time either of these guys are even going to see the opposite colors on the other side. Gotta believe Campbell coming into this match is the favorite based on seeds, but I love Colt Campbell. This is an App State broadcast. Have to believe that maybe that 3 seed is a little bit of an overseeding, but a dominant win over Camden Monroe from Chattanooga might be proving me a little bit wrong there.
The number 1 seed, Camden Monroe, got absolutely dominated by Colt Campbell, 19-4, after Monroe was upsetted yesterday in a 2-1 decision by Grant Odell, who will be in the 174 finals matchup. Grant Odell versus Jacob Silka. And at 184 matchup, the third place for 184 matchup will be Landon Jones, Chattanooga versus Brant Kraft of Campbell. And Landon Jones had a very dominating match against Brody Porter, but 12-6, as Porter almost got in there last second, but couldn't. But Grant Ricketts and Kraft was a very low-scoring 2-0 match. So excited to see how both opposite sides of the coin will wrestle. And the final for 184, the top 2 seeds, Tomas Brooker versus Reed Douglas. Reed Douglas was the main guy at 184 when Tomas left, when he got injured during the 2025 season in the first duel of that season, but now back and in the finals in the SoCon. And Reed Douglas was the guy that gave Tomas Booker the most trouble. Can you talk about that matchup, Trey?
Yeah, 2 years ago in Boone, I believe, Tomas Booker and Reed Douglas did match up a little bit, but Booker being injured last year, Douglas kind of got whatever he wanted in that 84 class. Now, earlier in this season, Booker and Douglas did not face off against. It was Zavastowski at 84. That was the lone loss for App State in the Presbyterian duel. Major decision for Douglas, but Douglas has had a really decent tournament for himself. A 8-5 win in Southern victory over Carcraft. Now, Booker has business as usual, a 17-0 over Wilson from Gardner-Webb and 17-5 over Landon Jones. And we had some UTC fans behind us yesterday, and they were loud, except this one. They just said, all right, Thomas Booker's on the court. We're just going to let them go for it. Booker is easily the big dog in this weight class. It would be an absolute upset if Douglas did win. I think the gap from 1 to 2 might be as big as the gap from 2 to 8.
Big hot take there, Trey.
That's not a hot take.
But
that's not a hot take.
Tomas Booker is a big lineup, but his mother liked the story on App Weekly News yesterday, and I was looking through some of her posts, and she said that the ESPN Plus broadcasters called him Thomas Booker.
He's Tomas.
Yeah, it's Tomas.
It's Tomas. It's Tomas Booker.
It's
Tomas
Booker. It's not Thomas Booker, not Thomas. It's Tomas.
Don't listen to ESPN, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to 90.5 WASU. Technically, the only free broadcast of this event.
Yes, as the other broadcasted events is from Flow Wrestling, and where, yes, there is camera quality, but is quality the best word to describe it?
Quality over quantity is not always the best, Dane.
But we are here at 90.5 is the matchup and the free version of broadcasting here. But now at 197, the third place matchup is between Toby Schofstel and Andrew Lieber. Andrew Lieber had a very, very good match against Logan Eller, and Schofstel was upsetted very early by Andrew Lieber, 10-3. Andrew Lieber defeated Schofstel in the quarterfinals, and to go to the semifinals, which Andrew Lieber lost. And now they're matched up again in third place. And you can see that Schofstel wants that get back, as Lieber was the reason why that he couldn't compete for the title outright. And for the finals matchup to compete for champs is Cade Rule of Chattanooga and App State's very own Logan Eller. And you said the gap from 1 to 2 at 184 was big. Can you talk about this gap at 197 between 1 and 2?
Logan Eller, in my opinion, the most improved wrestler in all of the SoCon, got third place at this event last year at 84, moves up to 97, and completely fills that void that Carson Floyd had left in that 97 spot. Now, Cade Rule, 19-2 over Daniels, 19-4 over the number 4 guy, Ortega, in a tech fall. Only needed 6 minutes and 56 seconds to do that. Logan Eller's got a lot on his plate in this one.
He does.
Now, this is a huge matchup for Team Score, like what we've been talking about.
Absolutely.
This one and the heavyweight one, Dane. What's going on in the heavyweight bracket?
In the heavyweight bracket, for third place, we have Sawyer Van Ryder versus Josh McCutcheon. Josh McCutcheon Dalton Mayer made it all the way to the semifinals and lost. And he lost by decision, technically, 8-6, but had to medically forfeit today after tearing his labrum yesterday. That's not a new injury.
Yeah. He was wrestling on a torn labrum for a couple weeks. Did not wrestle leading up to this tournament. Came in cold as ice. But did not show it on the mat. He was still dominating even with the torn labrum. He just could not continue past his injury.
And Josh McCutcheon for Gardner-Webb was early on lost to Sawyer Van Ryder 8-2 in the quarterfinals. And do you think Josh McCutcheon will be any different this time around?
I think Sawyer Van Ryder had a really, really good end to that last match that we saw at heavyweight. I think McCutcheon might be a little – it's always hard coming into a match when your guy wrestles early that morning and you get a medical forfeit. Yeah, you got your hand raised, but you didn't get the practice you kind of need. Yeah. You didn't get the practice you need. Van Ryder's coming in a little hot, had a sudden victory win, kind of came back from that, really felt like his opponent, Spring, was really in domination of that match until the third period. Van Ryder popped up, did what he needed to do, moves on to third place. I'm going to go with Van Ryder in that third place matchup.
All right. And in the main heavyweight matchup, we have Stefan Moncherie for App State. And third seed, Ethan Vergara of Chattanooga.
It's almost like a movie, Dane. If these two squads go in with minimal points or minimal points being the differential, what happened last year? It was Citadel versus App State. App State needed a win, and who'd they go to but their true freshman heavyweight, Stefan Moncherie, to get the job done. Now, App State does have a chance to kind of put some matches away and expand their lead if, like, let's say the Logan Eller match goes good or other guys drop out from Chattanooga. Now, Stefan Moncherie did major decision Ethan Vergara 14-4 earlier in the season in the App State Chattanooga duel. Chattanooga did win that overall duel. That is the lone loss on the App State 7-1 SoCon record. Now, got to think Moncherie is the favorite. He is undefeated, just like Brooker is in his time during the SoCon tournaments. He's undefeated in Asheville specifically. Brooker did go, I think, 3-0 in Boone 3 years ago. So you got to think that Moncherie would be the heavy favorite here. Now, it is a shame that we don't see Mayer in here, because a healthy Mayer versus a healthy Moncherie matchup would probably
sell out a stadium.
That would definitely sell out of a stadium. Though that is like when you watch like 300 and the two guys duel at the end. That is what Moncherie versus Mayer looks like.
Absolutely, indeed. And the third place finals will happen soon in about an hour, and we will update you on every cause, and if we see anything different, we will update you. So stay tuned for 90.5 WASU, the App FM. My name is Dane Maggard with Trey Dog Blake, and we'll be back in about an hour to start back the third place finals. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay tuned. Yes, stay tuned. Yes, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned. for those just joining us, we are currently in intermission. Third place finals will start around 12:45 to 1 p.m., so stay tuned. We'll be back very soon, and we'll give more updates as information goes along. Everybody's just warming up right now and just eating some food in the intermission. So thank you for staying tuned to 90.5 WASU, the App FM.
And it's time for third place matches here in Asheville for the SoCon Wrestling Championships. I am Trey Blake, joined in by Dane, Maggard, and we have some black and gold to kick off our third place matches. Cooper Foster versus Galan Sims. Sims has a 2-0 advantage over Cooper on the season. Sims did beat Foster in Boone by a handedly margin and then beat Foster again yesterday by a handedly margin. Dane, Cooper looks kind of nervous, man.
Yeah, Cooper has been walking back and forth, taking deep breaths, occasionally going back to that water bottle that there's an instant, that his gallon jug of water. But I would be nervous too. You're fighting for a third place in your true freshman season, and you're starting for the SoCon champions. And with Bellarmine, Citadel, and App State being one of the top three, and also with Chattanooga in there, with Citadel being on the lower end, I think. But still anyone's game. And Cooper Foster knows that App State needs every win they can get. And him being the first match starting out, and Galan Sims already starting, just waiting for him in the middle of the mat.
Jalan's been locked in for about an hour and a half. Me and Dane were talking about what's better, take a break or warm up. I said warm up, Dane said take a break. Well, we had two opposites. Galan Sims was out here from like 11:45 to now, and Cooper Foster showed up about 10 minutes ago. So we're going to get a little bit of which one's better. And like Dane said, Bellarmine is in this fight too. Citadel's kind of sitting down in fourth place in a strong fourth place at 52. Bellarmine's Trace Ekman.
Oh, yeah, and on the other mat we got Tegan Vasquez and Trace Ekman. But 25 has started back up. Cooper Foster just hand fighting. Galan Sims circling that he's low. A lot of wrestlers do that, put their hands on the ground to make sure you're low. Cooper goes for a single leg shot. Sims stuffs it, stems in front with the front headlock. Cooper has grip on Galan Sims' left arm, and they're going to go to stalemate and go neutral. And they will start back in the middle. Cooper Foster, Appalachian State. Citadel, Galan Sims.
Cooper made a lot of mistakes in that first matchup in Boone. Did not really learn from them yesterday around this time. Got a handedly loss to Galan Sims. Galan Sims just absolutely sent him through the barn burner. What did Cooper see during his break is the question. What can he learn from yesterday and a couple weeks ago to really, submit himself? He told us he was the best wrestler in the SoCon at 125. That doesn't turn out to be true, but can he be the third best wrestler? And like Dane said, sometimes being in third is better than being in second.
Sometimes, but definitely morale-wise, because from my point of view, you go all the way to the finals, you win, and your last match you lose. But you lose a little early on, and you work your way back and don't get discouraged, and you win and get all the way to third. But for people like for Galan Sims, who was expected to win this entire thing, and last year, which he did, it's third place might be a little disappointing for him, as I don't know if he got an automatic bid. And Cooper has the wizard trying to push Galan Sims out of bounds for that shot attempt, and he does. Rewards the effort of John Mark Bentley of going out of bounds.
Cooper did silence some demons earlier with a huge pin over Gardner Webb's Tyson Lane. Looks to do the same here. I don't think he's going to pin Galan Sims, but he could. If this one goes the distance and it's close, Cooper hasn't really been the best at finishing matches, but it's his time to shine. Last match of the season, what could be for Cooper Foster and Galan Sims. We can see what both of these guys got.
And on the other mat, Tegan Vasquez and Trace Ekman. Ekman took down Vasquez and just immediately let him back up and went for another shot. That's a little confusing following your third place match, but we have a caution on Ekman as he tried to go for an ankle pick first thing and gets a caution. And no surprise anymore. But in the middle mat, where Cooper Foster is wrestling for Appalachian State. About 40 seconds left in the first round. Still 0-0. Mostly just hand fighting. Sims mostly just waiting for Foster to do the first move. And Cooper just hand fighting. But Sims very here and there getting aggressive, catching Cooper off guard. And Galan Sims is just like so much bigger muscular-wise that Cooper really going to have to get technical and technical-wise, while Sims just absolutely just powers through.
Yeah, Cooper Foster, not really the technical wrestler. I think he's kind of like Jarvis. He kind of thrives off chaos a little bit. When things go wild, he kind of just takes part of it and is able to kind of corral him. But I think this first period is the best what Cooper wants, and he's going to get the coin flip. No Hunter shot on the bench for the good luck, but App State still wins. Jalon Sims is going to go down, and I think this is the best start that Cooper Foster could have asked for.
And the best start still being 0-0 in the start of the second period. Jalon Sims will be on bottom for the Citadel, where they will attempt to have an escape point. Sims turning into Cooper. Cooper's gonna mat return and had Jalon Sims on his back for a couple seconds. Those shoulder blades were touching for a second.
Ooh.
Everyone was a little surprised there, but Cooper Foster driving that power half. Sims staying there, making sure his base is strong. Cooper just switching sides to see which side is better. Almost goes to the power half. Cooper, while Sims trying to get up, Cooper tries to mat return and they go out of bounds. And we got stalling on red on AKA Foster, and John Mark is a little confused about that.
That is absolutely ridiculous. What is Cooper Foster supposed to do when Jalon Sims starts running full speed away from him and he has a grip on him? Was he supposed to do, just let him up? Absolutely ridiculous call from the official on my end.
And they'll start back in the middle. Cooper Foster is on top, and Jalon Sims does a Granby roll, and Cooper going out with him. And they go out of bounds, and they're trying to call stalling again on Foster. Some Citadel fans are mad about it.
What did they want him to do? I'm confused. Jalon Sims is the one running out of bounds. Cooper Foster's the one attempting to wrestle and keeping his hands on him.
And they'll start back in the middle, a minute 17. Foster still on top of Sims, about a minute 10. Cooper does a mat return, keeps Sims down. About 5 seconds left, about to gain a minute of riding time. And a lot of fans are mad at the referee at mat 3. And Jalon Sims still has not gotten that escape point. Cooper Foster now has a minute and 5 seconds.
He leaned on that, and because of that, he ended up losing that match. He can't get into that same mindset. He has to wrestle good. He's wrestling good right now, but at the same time, he's got to score points. I think he's trying to gain these points for back points rather than takedowns, and it's seemingly working. He almost had Sims on some back points earlier in the period, but he's just got to pick up some of those right here.
And Foster has that leg, trying to return to the ground for a trip, goes out of bounds, and John Mark Bentley wants stalling on Sims.
I mean, I don't understand. Sims just isn't wrestling. He's just running out of bounds every single time. They got Foster on one. That's the third time in a row Sims has done it. I'm kind of lost in it. I have to agree with John Mark Bentley here.
And Cooper Foster will start back on top again. Sims stands back up, tries to escape, and Foster gets him back down to the ground. Foster breaks that postage hand, that's posts on the mat, and Cooper tried to do a rolling cradle, but Sims doing the good old freestyle tactic of rolling with him. And some people are trying to call stalling on Sims, as Sims is just on bottom, and so is Bentley. Bentley is trying to plead his case for stalling and try to go for another rolling cradle, and they're going to go back in the middle. And another 7 seconds, and Cooper will have 2 minutes of riding time for Appalachian State.
What a dominant second period from Cooper Foster, absolutely showing that you were saying Sims could overpower him with his strength, but Cooper Foster proving you wrong, Dane.
And Cooper Foster stands up, and Jalon Sims stands up, but doesn't get back down, and Foster will hold Jalon Sims down for 2 straight minutes. And Jalon Sims chooses to go neutral in third period, and that honestly might have been the best for him.
We kind of questioned some VMI decisions to go neutral yesterday, but I agree with you. I think neutral is easily the best position that Jalon Sims could have gone for. Needs points now. Cooper with the 2-minute advantage. All he's got to do is not get – Cooper's going to get that 1-point escape because of the neutral, but all Jalon Sims needs to do is take Cooper down early and get him out with this ride time, and he'll have a 3-2 advantage.
And being in neutral might be Jalon Sims' best bet here than being in bottom or on top, because Cooper dominated those 2 minutes. And Cooper with that 1-0 lead right now, he needs to be extremely careful with how active a wrestler Jalon Sims is. Cooper Foster grabs Jalon Sims' leg, trying to finish, has the high. Jalon Sims gonna try to roll and grab that leg with him, and Cooper knows it. Cooper gonna try to trip, And Bentley giving advice, dragging Jelon Sims to the middle of the mat. And Cooper trying to find a way to best finish without Sims getting another leg to get that north-south position. And Cooper almost there, but Sims escapes it.
That's a veteran move from a true sophomore in Jelon Sims, playing above his years here. Cooper Foster had that perfect positioning, and he just can't do anything against the former NCAA qualifier.
And they'll start back in the middle. 1 minute remaining. Jelon Sims need to score here. Cooper Foster has the lead 1-0 with 2 minutes of riding time. Sims goes for a takedown. Cooper tries to slide for his own. Doesn't get it. 50 seconds remaining. And Trace Ekman wins the third place match in 1:33 against Tegan Vasquez of the Citadel. Cooper Foster has a leg trying to finish. Jelon Sims on the defensive, trying to circle back around. Cooper trying to finish. Having that back trip. Trying to take John Mark Bentley's advice. 20 seconds left. He's looking at that clock. He's trying to finish. Cooper needs to stay working. But Jelon Sims staying hopping. 10 seconds left. Cooper having that leg in the air. Sims going for the scramble. Cooper has that leg, and Cooper still trying. Cooper has that leg, and Foster's on his back, and that is the end of the time. Cooper Foster wins third place against Jelon Sims where it matters. Cooper Foster in his first year at App State is a placer in the SoCon Championship third place finals at 125 and defeats NCAA qualifier Jelon Sims in the process.
It's hard to beat a guy 3 times in one season, and Jelon Sims just did not look like himself at all in this match. Cooper Foster, an absolutely dominating second period, sends him to third place. What a match, and we've got Caden Keyser on mat 3 right now against probably my favorite wrestler of day one, Nate Higley.
And this is a tough match for Keyser because Higley is a very physical wrestler, while Keyser is more of a wait and let you do the first move and I'm going to end up on top. But what a match for Cooper Foster. And instantly Appalachian State goes straight to 149 in Caden Keyser at Appalachian State versus Bellarmine's Nate Higley.
You're 100% right, Dane. Back on that Foster match, he absolutely silenced all of those demons from the end of the year. What a way to end his season for the true freshman from Newland.
And, you know, Avery County is shooting up and down in happiness. And both just hand fighting here from Keyser. But Higley staying physical, but Keyser got to go for that underhook and went for a shot attempt. And Nate Higley almost just went for a head and arm attempt.
It's weird. Higley's like constantly keeping his hands on Keyser, and we saw that be a little bit of a problem in Keyser's matches past. So an interesting decision, probably something Higley saw in film or something that he saw in prior matches with Keyser, but it seems to be giving Keyser a little trouble, but we still are early in the match with just about a minute and 40 seconds gone off the clock.
About a minute 15 remaining in this first period with App State's Caden Keyser and Nate Higley with Bellarmine. Trying to get those hands of Higley off of his head. Keyser just fighting back and forth. It's like he's fighting a bull right now that just keeps going towards him. And Keyser tries to go for the fireman's. Keyser has that leg, and Higley defends it. As Keyser was deep in there, and Keyser separates. And mostly hand fighting, just pushing back and forth. Just wonder if Higley's strategy is to wear out Keyser's strength. And Higley almost tried to go for a super duck and goes for a blast double after that, and Keyser stuffs it with the double underhooks. Go back in the middle of the mat with 5 seconds left. Just still getting physical, just pushing each other back and forth. And that'll be the end of the first period. And let's see who will win the coin toss. And Bellarmine gets the first decision. They'll defer to App State, and Keyser chooses bottom. And
sorry, Dan, what were you saying?
you say, what was Nate Higley? Did Nate Higley and Caden Keyser first wrestle with their Bellarmine match? Can you talk about that?
They did not. Keyser wrestled. Higley did not. There was another wrestler. I do not remember his name, but they did not wrestle together. So this is the first time these two will match up this season. But what I was going to say was you were 100% right. Keyser's a waiting kind of guy. He likes to, feel out those first periods and then make a decision in the second. But once he gets the score, he really explodes on. So it's interesting to see what the decision would be if Keyser's able to get an escape or even a reversal here on Higley. But I think they're about to go out of bounds as they're on that far perimeter side.
And they go out of bounds and start back in the middle, where Higley was on top for around 30 seconds as a minute 31 remaining in this second period. Keyser will start back on bottom after going out of bounds. And Higley went a little too far high up, and Keyser knew that too. And we have a cradle on map 2 with Dyson Dunham and Hunter Mason. Hunter Mason has Dunham in a cradle looking to pin, and that's the pin for Hunter Mason of Chattanooga. And at 141 gets the third place finish. And that'll give a lot of points for Chattanooga in the team score.
That's a great decision for Hunter Mason there. Probably what some people thought would have been the final at 41 ends up being the third placer, and Hunter Mason just business, runs off the mat after the pin, does what he needs to do for the Moccasins. And then guess what? He's definitely going to eat him a cheeseburger.
He's going to eat himself a cheeseburger. Maybe get a glick from upstairs, who knows?
Ooh, they got really good glicks upstairs.
And match still 1-1. Keyser goes for a shot attempt. 0-0, and Keyser gets the escape point. Keyser has that leg trying to finish, rolls through Bellarmine trying to say there's a 1 somewhere. And Keyser still has that leg. And no 3 has been called yet. That Bellarmine head coach has that 3 in the air waiting for it to be called. But Keyser still has that leg, and I don't think he's going to let that go anytime soon.
I think we might get a stalemate here, Dane. Bellarmine guy was really close to a takedown there. Looks like he's got full possession of him, but you're exactly right. Keyser's got that leg. I think he might have the 3 here. Ref still waiting.
And that leg is gone, and there's the 3. As that is right at the end of the second period of that takedown. Just needed to hold on to that leg a little bit longer for the end of the period. And now Bellarmine will get the deciding factor on where they want. And Bellarmine will choose to go bottom for Nate Higley at the 149 third place matchup.
Oh, we're going neutral.
And going neutral, and Keyser gives an escape point to Bellarmine. Or actually, no. Should that be reversed? Actually, no.
It was 3-1 from the takedown from Higbee, and then Keyser let him up, giving him 1. So it's 4-1. Higbee has about 51 seconds of ride time on the clock. Keyser, I think all he needs to do is just go early. I don't think Keyser wants to go to overtime here. Keyser very comfortable in overtime. He does not dislike it, but not something I want to see here. Form hasn't really been what it was earlier in the season for the redshirt junior from the Dakotas.
And both just hand fighting still, but on mat number 2 just started, Joseph Gordano and Kavarius Liddy. Gordano being from Gardner-Webb and Liddy from Chattanooga, starting their 157 third place matchup. Both hand fighting, and we got stalling on red and Keyser, stalling on Nate Higley. And that'll be important if there's another one, because that'll give a point to Keyser. Keyser shoots a shot attempt, nothing. Keyser trying, hand fighting all the way, just pushing Higley on the defensive on the outside. And Keyser trying for his argument for stalling.
Gotta be one here. I mean, it's kind of getting ridiculous. Higley's looking at the clock right now, not even looking at Caden Keyser. 35 seconds on the clock. Riding time probably not going to be a factor. This has got to be a stalling call.
And Keyser still on the offensive, driving Higley on the outer skirts, and no stalling calls yet. And another one, as that's a point given to Keyser. Keyser almost has the takedown, has the leg. Will it happen? On the outer skirts, and they're on the outside, and Keyser was still very much in.
I think they were calling Higley's leg on the non-part mat of the floor, which would signify out. I think they've been giving that to people all weekend, but kind of ridiculous. Higley backing up again. He's not even attempting to wrestle. App State bench wants a stall, and they're going to get it.
And that's stalling. One more point for Keyser. Keyser has 8 seconds to work with. Keyser pushing, trying to shoot. And more, it's just still going on. Has that leg. And the stalling works out for Nate Higley.
Can't say that's a respectable way to win your third place match, but he takes a title, or he takes the bronze. Caden Keyser does not place after coming into Asheville as the second overall seed. No offense really from Caden Keyser after that first round match.
And now, both wrestling right now is Joseph Gordano from Gardner-Webb and Kavarius Liddy from Chattanooga. And the next match on mat 3 is Griffin from Davidson and another wrestler from Bellarmine Hall for their third place of the 165 weight class. Gordano, who beat Jeremiah Price of Appalachian State in the semifinals of Constellation. And still 0-0 from Gordano and Liddy.
App State really hoping for a Gordano win and then a Bryce Griffin win over Noah Hall on mat 3. Bellarmine just 5 points behind App State now. I'm sure that is not updated after the Keyser match, but Bellarmine and Chattanooga both closing the distance. I think Chattanooga is also at 78.5. They are. It's only a 5-point difference between App State at 83.5 and Chattanooga and Bellarmine both at 78.5. Liddy himself, he kind of reminds me of like a Cody Bond. He's so much taller than everyone else in his weight class, and he's so long. Kind of looks like what Tomas Brooker looks like going up against a bunch of 84s.
And now both match. Liddy deep on a double leg. Will he finish it? No finish. Gordano looking, has that whizzer in, and that's the only thing keeping going on. And if they keep going on, might have a stalemate soon, but that was extremely close. That could have went both ways for a Liddy takedown.
Yeah, I mean, Gordano was on his butt for about a second and a half, but ref saw it differently. Gordano was given the grace and time to get back on his feet, and he did it almost immediately. So I can't say I disagree with the call.
Gordano posting up. But Gordano has the first point with an escape in the second period in that matchup, in the third place for 157. And Noah Hall and Bryce Griffin are still 0-0. And a takedown for Kavarius Liddy after not getting it. And at the end of the second period, the buzzer beater.
And right before that takedown, Gordano did get a stalling warning. He's got to be aware of that going into the third period as Liddy starts down. I think if I'm Gordano here, I just throw the diamond and I let him up.
Now we have a caution on Gordano at the start of the third period. And the first points on mat 3 for the 165 third place. Bryce Griffin has the takedown over Noah Hall of Bellarmine. Bryce Griffin being from Davidson. And Gordano keeping Liddy on the ground on bottom. Tries to go to the scorer's table, and the referees will stop it before that happens.
Looks like we're about to get a WWE move straight into the table like it's TLC on WWE Network or something.
And now the start of the second period for mat 3. Noah Hall starts on top and Griffin starts on bottom. And Hall trying to, and weird decision by Hall as he goes out front to try a headlock on Griffin, and doesn't work out in his favor, and Griffin gets the escape to make it 4-0. But still on mat 2, Kavarius Liddy on bottom getting ridden out, and all of his riding time from Gordano has been escaped, and now Gordano has a couple seconds of riding time. And as they go off the mat, they will start back in the middle.
It's an interesting game plan from Gordano. I guess he's trying to goad Liddy into a stall, maybe try to get the pin here, but you got a minute, 15 seconds left. You're down 2. You got to get a pin, back points, or let him up. And he showed the official the diamond, so he's probably going to let Liddy up. And it's going to be 4-1 to Liddy. Gordano's going to go for some takedown points here.
With him down being 3 and having 16 seconds of riding time, this period needs to be big for Gordano as he has less than a minute remaining. Gordano shoots a double leg takedown, resorts to the third. Liddy has the whizzer, trying to flip Gordano over, but Liddy stays in front of a north-south position, trying to waste as much time as possible, and a stalemate will get called in the next couple seconds, I assume. But Liddy working towards the legs of Gordano. Gordano just sucking in Liddy's legs. But Bryce Griffin having a huge lead against Bellarmine's Noah Hall, 7-1. And they'll go to stalemate with Gordano and Liddy.
Dane, 30 seconds left, third place match. What you throwing at him?
30 seconds left, third place match. You know, quick little arm drag to front trip. And double leg by Gordano. Liddy holds on to that leg while Gordano goes out the back doors. And might get in another stalemate position as Liddy gets the back legs of Gordano and folds it to his other leg, so he crosses it and can't really use it to any effective way.
Liddy kind of just looking at the clock here. Going to get a stalemate with 6 seconds left. Gordano basically just needs to shoot it and score, and if he can't, he'll place 4th in the SoCon 41 division, 57 division.
And Liddy going away, and it'll be out. And Kavarius Liddy gets the third place title at the 157 matchup here in Asheville.
I think that choice to not let Liddy up just immediately coming into the final period kind of shot Gordano in the foot a little bit, just waited a little too long, had 45 seconds off the clock when he finally did let him up. Just no time to go, and it was over for the guy from Gardner-Webb.
And another guy from Bellarmine that's on the mat, Davidson. Bryce Griffin and Noah Hall still going at it. Bryce Griffin has a 10-2 lead, just trying to keep it, and they're going to go stalemate and start back in the middle. But they're going to go stalling after the stalemate and give a point to Bryce Griffin. Oh, it's a penalty point by Noah Hall, saying on the elbow. Said that he used his elbow in a weird way, and they're going to give a penalty point to Bryce Griffin.
Interesting. If you're an App State fan, that's a good sign that Davidson probably going to pick up what is close to a major decision here, as Bellarmine has jumped up to 80.5 points now in the team score. Chattanooga probably moving into that as well after the Liddy win. App State still sitting at 83.5, as Colt Campbell will be up next on mat 3 after this Griffin Hall match.
And still on mat 3, hard-fought battle, but Bryce Griffin close to having the next takedown, has it. We are on tech fall watch in the third place match in the 165 between Bryce Griffin and Noah Hall of Bellarmine.
I mean, it's just been absolutely dominant, to be honest, from Bryce Griffin himself. I think you're exactly right. I think we might be in tech fall range, but I think we had a potentially dangerous move there, and Davidson coaches don't like it, and I think Noah Hall doesn't like it either. Bryce Griffin doesn't like it, and he kind of bulldogs Noah Hall out of the perimeter.
And both guys just going back and forth, but Bryce Griffin having a 10-point lead here with 5 seconds left. It looks like Bryce Griffin will be the third placer here at the 165 weight class for Davidson, and that'll be big for team score as Bellarmine right behind App State loses their chance at another chance for points. And for Colt Campbell versus Mark Koch of Davidson.
And what a start to the day for, honestly, both these guys, especially Colt Campbell, a 19-4 tech ball victory at the final buzzer over the #1 seed in all of 174, Cameron Monroe, as Mark Koch also took down Isaiah Guerrero, what me and Dane are calling Colt Campbell's future rival in the SoCon, 11-5. So I'm expecting a good match today. And if Colt Campbell wrestles even half of as good as he did against Monroe, might be an easy day for Colt Campbell.
And knocking on the hardest of wood. And Colt Campbell goes in.
I said if.
And Colt, while Mark Koch is in front of Colt, trying to snap Colt down and get behind him, but Colt just grabbing the ankles, Koch trying to grab a leg, but Colt circling around, and they'll circle around back to the middle of the mat. Koch goes for the single leg. Colt has that whizzer. Koch is going to go for that back trip, or the front trip, and gets the takedown over Colt Campbell.
A great fake to the back trip. He goes straight to the front trip. Colt Campbell not expecting it. He goes straight on his face. Now, this is where Colt Campbell really did a lot of work against Monroe. He got that first early takedown, then reversed it, and then went to absolute work against the #1 seed. Can't say I won't expect much of the same against the guy, the #5 seed from Davidson.
And Mat 2 has a concussion protocol. And looks like Landon Jones might get the medical forfeit win over Brant Craycraft, not even into the second period. And looks like Brant Craycraft is on concussion protocol. But if Craycraft can't come back out, it looks like they will have a medical forfeit for Landon Jones of Chattanooga. But Colt Campbell on mat 3 goes Campbell to the ground. Campbell down 3-0. And Campbell trying to build his base and get back up, but going near the out of bounds section, we see a crossface from Koch. And Koch breaks the post up arm of Campbell. Koch keeping a good job of keeping a couple feet in bounds to go, and his feet will touch the upper mat, and they will go back to the middle of the mat where Campbell will start on bottom. And Koch has a minute 15 of riding time over Campbell. And they'll start back. Campbell tries to sit out and breaks the grip and tries to break the grip. Koch tries to break that posted arm of Campbell with emphasis. Campbell sits out. Keeps trying to break that grip, and Koch staying there, trying to flatten out Campbell. Koch takes that leg, and 30 seconds remaining, and looks like no concussion for Brant Craycraft after concussion protocol, and looks like Landon Jones and Brant Craycraft will start back wrestling again.
You know, that's a scary sight to see a guy run into the tunnel for concussion protocol. Glad to see Brant Craycraft is good.
And Brant Craycraft close to getting taken down by Landon Jones, and that's 3. But Colt Campbell still trying to fight, and that's the end of the first period. Colt Campbell down 3-0, and Mark Koch has 2 minutes and 11 seconds of riding time over Campbell. Campbell will start the second period on top after Davidson's Koch chooses bottom.
Well, here's the interesting thing. He starts on top. He can either let him up for points, which he probably shouldn't do, or completely take down his ride time. If I'm Colt Campbell, I just ride. I ride Koch as hard as I can for the next 2 minutes and then take this into the third period and see what I can do from there.
And Campbell trying to get some back points here. And this might be bad for Campbell. And Campbell tries to get on his back for some back points, but no swipes were given. Some fans in the crowd feel like he shouldn't, but in my personal opinion, I don't think so. And Koch looks like he's in pain. And tries to go for swipes again, but doesn't get it. Campbell tries to go it again. His head is still in the right position for it. He's trying, but Koch is on bottom. Not working. Campbell has that 2-on-1.
Campbell needs to bring Koch back into the circle. He's kind of on the outside right now. If he tries to go for the pin here, probably not the best decision. I'd like to see him, Campbell, get up and kind of bring Koch back in. Koch not really wrestling. No stalling warning given thus far. Interesting decision from the officials, and they finally go out of bounds.
Getting a rolling cradle, possibly getting a couple swipes, but no swipes given, no back points, and Campbell will start back on top, and Koch will go back in the middle with 58 seconds remaining in this first period.
That would have been huge for back points, not just for, obviously for the scoreboard, but huge for the momentum of Cole Campbell. You're killing riding time at the same time as well as you're getting back points. I kind of disagree with you. I would have liked to see at least 2 back points on those swipes, but Dane wrestled, I didn't.
And Campbell on top. Campbell eliminates that minute of riding time and eliminates that post-up arm of Koch. Campbell trying to put Koch on his back for some possible points, but some App State fans are trying to call for some stalling, and Campbell might be in a bad position as Koch gets that escape point to make it 4-0, and a bad mistake by Campbell to let him up. But Campbell in neutral here, and 20 seconds left. Campbell tries to go in and goes out of bounds, and Schott trying to have his case to the ref about stalling, but no stalling warning has been given to either person.
Insane, Dane. The entire arena is standing up asking for a stalling call if you're not a Davidson fan, but none given. Koch completely runs out of bounds. I thought Bentley was going to jump out of his pants trying to get the officials' attention.
And both men hand fighting here, and that'll be the end of the second period. Colt Campbell down 4-0 will choose to go neutral.
Interesting call, going to give Koch no points here.
Campbell has that leg, lets it go. Goes back to neutral. Campbell has that underhook. And Campbell, hand fighting, just trying to dominate with power and trying to work, and they're going to go stalemate. And Mark Koch having a 4-0 lead. Campbell with 1:30 needs to start working. And we have a stalling call on Davidson, Mark Koch, for the first time. And after that stalling call, he shoots for that takedown, and Campbell has that, trying to get inside that whizzer, and Koch trying to go for that trip. Campbell trying to reach for a leg, and he does. Campbell gets that leg and might get in a north-south position, but you need some points, and Campbell has that foot. No points yet. Campbell tries to get out of his own and goes back around, and Koch still has that arm, has that leg, and Campbell trying to get his own, go back around, and no stalling for Koch again, as they will go back in the middle for 52 seconds.
And if you miss it on Mat 2, Landon Jones, a huge tech fall win. That is massive for team score over Brent Kirkcraft. Jones of Chattanooga, Kirkcraft of Campbell. So Jones ends up taking third place at 84.
And Campbell trying to get a leg for a shot attempt, holding on to it so Koch can't circle back around. Campbell has that whizzer, trying to keep Koch from going behind him, and if Koch can get this takedown, this will make the decision 100%, but Campbell still somewhat in it.
Ride time now not a factor for anybody. Colt has to get more than just a takedown, and it looks like Koch is about to get the takedown, but officials say no. Campbell, a good job to defend it. Colt has 10 seconds to get more than just a takedown, and he might. Doesn't get given the takedown or the back points. Davidson bench knows it. Colt knows it. App State bench knows it. Colt Campbell places fourth in Asheville.
And Colt Campbell will shake hands in the middle as he loses his third place match against Mark Koch of Davidson. And Davidson will get third for Mark Koch in the 174 weight class. And that will be it for Appalachian State for consolations. But more matches coming up as the 197 third place match between Toby Schaafstol and Andrew Lieber will be an exciting one. And on mat 3, we'll be starting Steven Van Ryder and Josh McCutcheon. As Josh McCutcheon went to the semifinals, and due to Dalton Mayer being injured, he instantly got a medical bye to go to the finals. And how do you think Josh McCutcheon and Van Ryder is going to go?
Well, I said it before we went to that long break, Dan. I think Van Ryder picked up a ton of momentum, in that last matchup. McCutcheon has yet to wrestle. It'd be interesting to see, excuse me one more time, apologize for that, what time or how much effort McCutcheon will give in. Of course, he's going to give his full effort, but how much energy is he going to have?
And on mat 2, Andrew Lieber might get taken down, but he has that crotch grip, and they're going for back points and swiping on Lieber. That's 3 back points in neutral positioning for Toby Schofstall. And they're going to go that illegal grip, and they're going to give 1 point to Lieber for the illegal grip for Toby Schofstall, as they said that he had the body lock in. Without an arm, and that is in fact illegal. You need to have some type of body part, and your hands cannot be touching if you're the guy on top and the guy on bottom still has his knees on the ground. But on mat 3 right now, Josh McCutcheon and Van Ryder started their match. A minute has passed by, and right now literally both of them are standing right still waiting for someone to get the move. There was a solid 10 seconds where none of them moved and just waited for the first move from one of them. And looks like the referees are going to make a decision. I don't think on mat 2 that VMI went for a challenge block, but maybe they are reviewing, or the refs are looking over to themselves for that, and they're going to go right back in. And Lieber will start on bottom, as Schofstall will be on top as he got that takedown. And Lieber goes for a Granby roll that worked well in previous matches. Doesn't really work that great here, but gets in a good position to get Schofstall's leg. But Schofstall's going to try to go for a quick tilt, but Schofstall needs to be worrisome because he is extremely high up, and Lieber just needs to put his head out, and Schofstall will be on his back or a reversal, and that puts you in a great position. But Schofstall with a throw after Lieber went for an attempt. Lieber almost got a takedown, and Schofstall throws Lieber on top of him to try to prevent that, and they will get the illegal grip again. On the locked hands, illegal grip for Toby Schofstall again.
Wow, and Lieber has lost his headgear, but still gets the reversal. Schofstall, what a matchup coming on mat 2 for the 97 guys.
And the headgear for Lieber comes off, and they're going to give possibly another point to Lieber for that locked grip that Schofstall had. And the referee's going to make that decision. And I believe it's going to be 4-3 in favor of Lieber after the headgear falls off in the locked hands.
And Dane, that huge tech fall for Chattanooga gave them 3.5 points, moving them into first at 84. Now, Chattanooga has nobody else wrestling in consolation. Heavyweight is Gardner-Webb Campbell. 97 is Bellarmine VMI. Bellarmine can move in to second if they get a huge tech fall as well. But App State has 5 guys in the finals in the championships. Bellarmine with just 4. Excuse me, Chattanooga with just 4.
And the guy for App State.
A great day from Foster after a questionable into his season, and honestly a questionable day yesterday.
And a big boy Granby roll for Van Ryder for the heavyweights for Campbell. Goes for a Granby roll, and McCutcheon goes with them and tries to go there, but we're getting swipes for Green and hold. And they're going to go stalling on McCutcheon. And we almost got a spladle on mat 2, but Schofstall does not want to be embarrassed, as a spladle in the conference placing finals is a very bad position to be in. And Van Ryder's leg And they get the challenge block on mat 3 for the lock, saying that he has locked hands. And they're going to go neutral and escape for the timed. And they're going to say that McCutcheon had locked hands. And they are going to review it on mat 3.
He did. I got a great view of it. McCutcheon, exactly how the officials would call it. Hand over wrist. There you go. That's the word for it. Hand over wrist. That's a locked hand. We're going to get a penalty here from McCutcheon.
And on mat 2, Schofstall might get some lean to some tilt action, as Lieber is a little funky in that way. And for those saying funky isn't a wrestling term, you don't know ball.
Oh, Dane calling you out. I'm interested in Lieber's headgear right now. He had the helmet on, then he went to a normal headgear, now he's back with the helmet. I just want to know, does he pack an extra?
Well, we're in situations like that where you don't have time to put that giant dome on your head. You gotta go quick.
Okay.
But still, mat 3, they're still reviewing, but looks like a decision might get made soon.
I think it was easily a legal hold. I saw McCutcheon's hands very visibly. I think it's going to be an easy decision for the officials, and we actually have a call right now as the official walks over to the scores table.
And with the locked hands, that might be 2 points for Van Ryder, because Van Ryder still escaped even with the locked hands. And looks like the decision will happen as the challenge block is there, and they will make that decision standing in front. And the challenge and the call is upheld that no illegal grip was given.
Interesting call. There's 3 officials on this mat, and 2 officials on this mat. The third one came to give back challenge block. There are 2 officials on this map, and the back official saw it very clearly. Campbell official saw it very clearly, and right as he saw it, he threw the challenge block. But I guess the score table officials saw it differently. We have a chant from the Campbell student section. That's actually the Gardner-Webb student section.
And Campbell battling and saying, "Let's go Sawyer."
We've got dueling fan bases right now.
And the Gardner-Webb fans laughing at him. Just a little competitive value, no hard feelings. But McCutcheon almost gets the takedown. No takedown given. Van Ryder stays in front.
What defense from Sawyer there. McCutcheon has him. Sawyer just swipes his ankle, and he's able to get out of it. I think we might get an illegal hold here. Trainer calling for it. Campbell bench calling for it. But we're going to get a stalemate instead.
And going to get a stalemate. Josh McCutcheon down 1-0. Sawyer Van Ryder, 23 seconds left in this second period, has a lot to work with.
Hitting period 3 over here on mat 2, Dane. 4-3. Who's going to take third place at 97? Is it going to be Toby Schofstall from VMI or Andrew Lieber from Bellarmine? A win for Bellarmine would extend their score closer to App State and Chattanooga. Chattanooga in first at 84, App State in second at 83.5.
And wow, what a Granby roll from Schofstall. Grabs the leg of Lieber and lift it up. And Lieber is coaching, trying to have that plea to say that's a potentially dangerous, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And VMI, Toby Schofstall saying that he can't hear, and he couldn't hear that them calling the stall or thing there.
That was a nasty hold by Schofstall. That knee was twisting in all kind of places. I find it hard to believe that he couldn't hear it. I understand it's loud in Kimmel Arena, but wrestlers have been able to hear officials and even their benches all day.
And an escape for Josh McCutcheon. No takedown given, but that will tie it up with 1:38 remaining. And Lieber almost put himself in a bad position, but Lieber is up 4-3 against Toby Schofstall.
And he's got ride time locked in, so a reversal would just send this to overtime. Schofstall needs to escape and get a takedown to think about winning this match.
And Schofstall goes for another Granby roll to try to turn back into Lieber, but It's neutral here. About a minute remaining in this heavyweight matchup for third place between Toby Schofstel of VMI, Andrew Lieber of Bellarmine. And Toby Schofstel puts Lieber on his back. Lieber's defending for his life. Were any swipes given?
No, that's crazy.
No swipes were given.
Lieber's kind of just sitting there. No stalling warning now. We're getting swipes for something. What a turn of events in this 97 matchup, Dane.
And we get a stalling on Lieber. That can be big if another stalling happens to be called again.
Wow.
So 40 seconds remaining in the heavyweight matchup for third place, and both men are battling, fighting for underhooks positions and positioning in general. And 30 seconds left in both matches on the mat. Van Ryder might get that 2, and they go out of bounds. No 3 given.
Campbell fans want to stall, but I think that's just great takedown defense from McCutcheon. Completely sticks his leg out, fights out. I just think Sol Robinson pushes him out of bounds.
And they will start back neutral. 25 seconds remaining. Van Ryder engages. Goes pushing in. McCutcheon goes for a little bit of a level change. Van Ryder goes in for a single and a stalling. 1 point given to the shot to Zoyer Van Ryder based on a stalling call. He goes for the takedown. Does he get it? No takedown here, but Sawyer Van Ryder will win off a stalling call off of Josh McCutcheon.
What a turn of events in the heavyweight matchup. I did not see it, but I look over and the referee has his hand up, but we've got more action in 97. I think we're getting swipes here.
Lieber on his back.
We're gonna get a stalling call, but Lieber has riding time in his back pocket. No pin. VMI bench wanted a pin.
And
Schofstel is lost.
And that is 1 back point given, 1 to Lieber, so it ties it up, but referees are talking real quick and want possibly the scorer's table going, and VMI fans are really upset, and they're throwing the challenge block.
I mean, Lieber was on his back for a good 5 seconds. It could have been a 4 point, but he doesn't get it. Lieber is absolutely exhausted. His trainers are holding him up by the arms. I mean, I can't blame the VMI bench from being a little angry, but, I mean, you get the result you wanted. If it stands, you go into overtime. That's a great end to the match for Schofstel. Lieber kind of shoots himself in the foot a little bit, based his time on the right time. The stall kind of really gets him going.
And the VMI fan base is paying attention to this, Matt, as they're going to go to review. And the Bellarmine coaches trying to keep their guy warm for a possible overtime, maybe. But Andrew Lieber has almost 3.5 minutes of riding time. So, but those back points might get it if that is approved for Toby Schofstel.
I think he's got more than 1 back point here, Dan.
But he needs that full 4 because
Yeah.
if he gets that 4, gets the 8.
Even if he gets 3.
Yeah.
Even if he gets 2, makes it 4, because it was 4-4 with the stalling call, and then they granted him 1 back point. So even if he gets 2, that's 6-5, and the 5 already from Lieber comes from the riding time.
And they will go. So at the very end, they gave a point to Lieber for an escape, and Schofstel won for backs. But they are going to continue to review, and this is the last third place match of the day. So they are just waiting.
Tom, that was a great match.
It was indeed a great match. And they're going to go straight to the score, so maybe the table might know before we do. And let's see what the decision here is. And no back points given. Wow. What a decision.
Can't say I agree with that one, Dane. I don't know your perspective, but if I am a VMI fan, I am leaving Asheville kind of confused. If I'm Toby Schofstel, I'm leaving with my head held pretty high. I think he had a pretty good weekend. Even if he finishes as a non-placer, I think he can leave knowing that he wrestled really, really good.
Yeah, to be honest, I honestly disagree with that call.
I do too.
He was on his back for a while. They should have swiped even without control. Lieber was given was on his back earlier in the match, and they swiped then. So I'm kind of confused why they didn't swipe now. But Bellarmine will get some more points added to that win for that third place consolation win. And the score right now, with that win at third, that might put Bellarmine up to second. But before anything updated, Chattanooga right now is 84 points in the lead. App State has 83.5 in second, and Bellarmine having 80.5 in third. But after the win by third, it might be upgraded soon. But we will keep you all updated in the know. But before we leave first, what did you think of all the third place matches, and who was your favorite?
I mean, obviously it's going to be Cooper. I think the last two were probably the most entertaining. They were high-paced, going to the final, crazy controversy going on. Sawyer Van Ryder picks up the late stalling call win in his matchup against McCutcheon. Andrew Lieber somehow beats Toby Schofstel. Not sure about that one, but ref saw it a different way than me and Dane did. But what a win from Cooper Foster to finally silence those demons and take down Galan Sims. Now, if we're looking at team score, though, Dane, the 5 Mountaineers in the finals got some work to do.
Indeed, got some work to do, and the Chattanooga having 4 people in the finals and a couple of those guys facing off against App State guys is going to get chatty. But we have way more action going your way as so much more finals come to the events, as we'll start assumingly with 125 all the way to heavyweights, where the Mountaineers have 5 people in position to have a chance to fight for the SoCon championship title. But we will see you guys in a bit, in about maybe 45 minutes to an hour. But stay tuned, and I will keep you guys updated as soon as we hear anything different. I'm Dane Maggard here with Trey Blake. Thank you for tuning in. We are currently in intermission again. The finals start at 3. Tune in at 2:55 to see 5 App State Rustlers be in the finals. So stay tuned to 90.5 WASU for all updates. You're Hello and welcome back to 90.5 WASU, the App FM. We are here. The SoCon Championship Finals are going to start in any dang minute. I am here with Trey, Blake. I am great Dane, Maggard, Trey. We have a lot of good matches today, and it is a close team race. You want to update everyone on those scores?
Yeah, guys, UTC, that's Tennessee Chattanooga, currently sits at first. Oh my gosh, my words, I'm so hyped up. Currently sits at first, 84. App, half a point behind them, 83.5. Bellarmine, 1.5 behind UTC, just 1 behind App. 82.5. Citadel, they're there for funsies, 52.5. They are looking probably just going to be fourth, but if things go haywire, they could possibly move up to third. If our scoring is correct, there is like a 0.10000000001% chance Citadel even has a gasp at third. Scoring goes 3.5 for a decision. This is team score.
Yes.
3.5 for decision, 4 for a major decision, 4.5 for a tech fall, 5 whole team points if you pin somebody. Now, UTC, App State, Bellarmine, and Citadel have at least one wrestler in every single final with 6 finals coming between the 4 schools.
And that will be extremely interesting as there are many schools here today for the SoCon, 9 to be exact. App State, Bellarmine, Campbell, Chattanooga, Davidson, Gardner-Webb, Presbyterian, the Citadel, and VMI. Presbyterian was last for basically the whole day, but Campbell has now reached them, as Campbell is now last, I believe, if I am not mistaken. But with Sawyer Van Ryder, that might be different.
I think Campbell is the lone school to not have a wrestler in the final.
Yeah, I think Presbyterian has a person in the final.
So does VMI. That one, 65, is going to be
Gardner-Webb.
A wild time. Gardner-Webb has won. TK Davis is facing off against Ethan Juracek, which, other than App State guys, that matchup is going to be an absolute movie.
And this upcoming one is going to be exciting as well, as one of them is an extreme underdog and the other is the absolute favorite. One is the 1 seed, Cooper Flynn, and the other is Joe Calvin from Bellarmine. Joe Calvin has gone through a wide variety of, what's it called?
Adversity.
Yes, a wide variety of adversity. In his first match, beating the number 3 seed, then going to beat the number 5 seed after that. Number 2 seed after that. Just absolutely goes on and absolutely dominates to go to the finals in the 125 matchup. But since these guys are not App State, what is your prediction, Trey, and by how much?
I think it's going to be Cooper Flynn, and I'm probably going to say wins by a slight major decision or a high decision. I think he wins by around 5 to 6. Cooper Flynn, if you were not here yesterday, kind of stalled his way to this finals matchup against Gylon Sims, the 4th place finisher at 125. He lost to Cooper Foster earlier in the consolation finals at 125. But I could see the same thing going on today, but man, Joe Calvin, he beat Tyson Lane, who was easily the second best 125 guy in all of the SoCon. I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was Sims, Lane, and then Flynn coming into the tournament, but Flynn is there and the other 2 are not.
And speaking of Jelon Sims, you thought he was the first, but he ended up being the 4th.
Yeah.
After losing to App State's Cooper Foster in the 3rd place finals. And that was a extremely exciting match. It was low scoring, and Cooper got a reversal. Or no, one escape and another escape, and got the ride out for having over 2 minutes of riding time for the young man. And he's sitting over here on the sidelines rooting on his teammates, as 5 of them are going to be competing for a championship and for a chance to lock that ticket into Cleveland.
Cooper Foster was the lone Mountaineer to take 3rd place in the consolation bracket. That's why if you came in today, App State was sitting at around 80 and then only got up to 83.5.
And going into today, every single one of the wrestlers were active, but after a couple unfortunate events from Jarvis Little, Colt Campbell, and Jeremiah Price, those have come to a close. But a lot of wrestlers still wrestling today, as we got from last to first. We got Stefan Moncherie, Logan Eller, Tomas Brooker. Sorry, stuck in the throat, but also many others making their appearances in the finals also. And good matches coming up, with Anthony Canetta being the match that Trey's most excited to watch the most.
I predicted it. Just saying. We're hitting the anthem, Dan.
And we are going to do the anthem again to start the finals, so we will take a tiny bit break. Be here in a couple minutes, because we're going to honor our country by doing the national anthem. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with the national anthem sung by a former Gardner-Webb wrestling coach. Didn't know that a wrestling coach could have that pipes on him.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
It was really, really good. I was a fan of the saxophone national anthem earlier. That was heat.
Earlier for the national anthem, a professional saxophone player came out. And now at 1:25, the player intro will start. And with 1:25, with this matchup being Cooper Flynn and Joe Calvin. And Joe Calvin gets introduced in the all-green lighting effect.
And what's interesting, Dane, I was not aware of this. I thought Bellarmine was D1 before last season when they joined the SoCon. Bellarmine, just their second ever season in Division I, and they have a chance to take a SoCon conference title and pick up a SoCon conference champion and send a guy to Cleveland right here as the underdog. Joe Calvin takes on the absolute favorite, Cooper Flynn.
And this is a must-win for Chattanooga, and also the favorite to win for Chattanooga, as I believe this is the highly favored match that Chattanooga has in the finals.
Yeah, similar to like Canetta's match later where we see him go up against Ryan Vigil from VMI. Cooper Flynn is heavily favored, but Joe Calvin has been facing adversity all tournament, like you said, Dane.
And Joe Calvin has faced, I believe, every single one of his opponents have been someone higher ranked than him other than the prelims, other than the pigtails. So Joe Calvin has went through a lot of adversity going into this match, and can't wait to see how he does. And an arm drag from Cooper Flynn. Cooper Flynn trying to finish with the back trip. But Joe Calvin, not anything just yet. Trying to push his leg away. Cooper Flynn gets the trip and gets the three-point takedown to start off the 125 finals. And goes for a mat return as Calvin tries to get up.
Yeah, that's just more of the same. We've seen Cooper Flynn do that all tournament. He's going to completely mat return his opponent a couple times. They go out of bounds there, but when Flynn brings Calvin back into the middle, he's going to mat return him a couple times, absolutely wear him down, and then kind of just ride him out for, if he gets the coin toss, what could be the next almost 5 minutes.
Cooper Flynn starting out 3-0 less than a minute and gets a takedown. Goes for the high crotch mat return. Joe Calvin was almost on his back for a quick second there. And Cooper Flynn starting this match in domination.
Yeah, UTC definitely wants to come out here and get a pin. Bellarmine would love to do the same. As many points as you can get. As I said, 5 team points would get you for a pin or fall. Cooper Flynn absolutely dominating thus far. 2 minutes on the clock. Flynn's already picked up 30 seconds of ride time.
Calvin builds his base, gets that escape and breaks the grip and goes back to neutral in the center of the mat. Calvin looking to score, initiates the hand fighting, and Flynn just keeping his distance, trying to stay low. But Calvin trying to find some type of opening, grabbing some wrists, staying low to the ground with his hand touching the mat always. And that is a good way to keep your body low, because if you are too high and wrestling, boy, you will get blast doubled and put your face in a lot of mat. But Flynn keeping this lead for Chattanooga with 1:20 left in this first period. And we are in the 125-pound matchup here in Asheville, SoCons, between Cooper Flynn of Chattanooga and Joe Calvin of Bellarmine. Bellarmine and Chattanooga are 2 of the top 3 teams along with App State. So both teams really need this win to advance in team score for a chance to have the tournament outright title.
Calvin really has not had a chance to take a shot just yet. Flynn really stopping everything available. I think that was what Calvin wanted to right there, take a shot. He throws in a fake right there, but Flynn just absolutely thwarting everything. That takedown defense is dominating, and here goes Flynn. Could be a pin, and he does it. Cooper Flynn, the champion at 125. That's 5 points for Chattanooga. They're up to 89, and he lets the crowd know. He steps over Joe Calvin, and Joe Calvin is down and hurt.
Yeah, Joe Calvin is down, but I honestly, and his ankle, has to be his ankle, but it is his final match of the day and the end of the season for him, as Cooper Flynn gets the win 6-1, and he just punched his ticket to Cleveland. But let's see and wait on Joe Calvin and hope that he is okay. But Cooper Flynn just staying back and watching by. He fist bumps with a couple coaches, but Cooper Flynn trying to get up. Let's see if he can walk. And he's limping, but he shakes hand, has a good match, and goes out as he can barely walk in his left foot. But Cooper Flynn, what a dominant win in the first period at that. 40 seconds left, and he gets the pin against Joe Calvin from Bellarmine. And like I said before, he just punched his ticket to Cleveland.
Punched his ticket to Cleveland, could have punched UTC even farther in the lead for this tournament.
Especially
UTC,
with that pin.
Exactly, 5 points. That's tentative. We don't have the exact scoring margin, but we do have one from an SID, our stat guy, Brett Strelo. Shout out, Brett Strelo.
Shout out, Brett Strelo.
Shout out, Brett Strelo. But he told us 5 points for a fall. That moves UTC into 89. 5.5 points above App State, and here comes the favorite, the pound-for-pound best wrestler in all of this conference, the man from Gardner-Webb, TK Davis.
TK Davis is one of 3 or 4 nationally ranked wrestlers going into this tournament, and boy, he has impressed a lot of people. And the only person standing in his way is a person in Southern Conference play, at least, been named and compared to in Ethan Orchuk. How do these guys match up, Trey?
Well, Dane, you said it coming in. TK Davis, the only guy ranked at 33 in this class, but I think if any weight division had a chance to go too deep in this conference, it's got to be this one. Ethan Urachek, no slouch at all. He is an absolute dog. I think we're going to get probably the best match we might see the entire tournament right now.
And right now is the 133 finals. This match will determine who gets to have their chance in Cleveland. But if TK Davis wins, I believe if TK Davis loses, he will still automatically qualify. But if Ethan Orchuk loses, he will not qualify. And Gardner-Webb fans trying to plead their case for a takedown, but Orchuk staying right in front of Davis, and the challenge block is out already. And the challenge block is out already, and Gardner-Webb is challenging that they had full control and that TK Davis should have gotten the takedown, but no takedown is given. It is 2 minutes and 13 seconds left, still 0-0. No points have been given either way at the 133 pounds. And what do you think of that whole situation? Do you think that was a takedown?
Easily, Dane. Juracek had no point of his hands on TK Davis. That's got to be a takedown. But to your point earlier about your qualification for Cleveland, if TK Davis does end up losing this, he's going. He's going no matter what. He's had a great tournament. He got the auto bid. I still say it. I think Ethan Juracek has done enough to send himself to Cleveland. Country doesn't think so. He's got to win this match, and he's got a pretty good chance. But TK Davis, if he stays like this the entire match, there's a question that this could be a tech fall.
And with the Southern Conference being extremely competitive each year, but sadly, they have one automatic bid per weight class. But in some weight classes, they didn't get an automatic bid at all. At 125, no automatic bids. You have got to be the winner. And the same with 174 and a couple other weight classes. But one guy who got an automatic bid did not place. So having that automatic bid might not be well. And it looks like the call is upheld. No control. They're going to say that TK Davis was in front, had the cradle, but did not have complete control.
Have to disagree, Dane, but I'm not the one in the black and white down there on the mat.
And TK Davis has that outside single. Oruchuk trying to defend. Oruchuk tries to go for a Granby roll. No three has been called yet, and yes, they put it down, and 3 is called for TK Davis as they go out of bounds. And a discussion is happening as no way they're going to review the takedown. No challenge has been made by Chattanooga. Chattanooga did not blow their challenge block. They still have it. It's underneath their chairs. The referees decided it's close enough for a decision for that takedown.
That is crazy, Dane. Gardner-Webb bench doesn't like it. I don't either. I just want to point out TK Davis, look is what on his shirt. It says dogs. TK Davis didn't get the takedown on the, in my opinion, crappy call before. You know what he does? Goes out, gets him another one. He's a dog. He's going to keep barking. He's going to keep getting his takedowns. They got to give him that one, Dane. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, with that first review, that could have went either way. But this one, I don't see a chance that they have enough to overturn this takedown call. And Chattanooga didn't even challenge. The refs just thought it was close enough where they should review it.
That is the weirdest part. You usually don't see that, haven't seen that all tournament. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've ever seen the officials go to the monitor. Now, only have been watching wrestling for about 5 or 6 years, but I don't think I've ever seen an official go to the monitor without a challenge block being thrown out.
But it is currently 3-0. TK Davis, as of right now, was up 3 against Ethan Oruchuk of Chattanooga. But up next after this weight class, at 141, we got App State's very own Aldo Hernandez. And like Cooper Foster and many others here today, trying to avenge losses. And they are going to confirm the takedown on the match. But like I said, Aldo Hernandez will be facing AJ Rollo, who AJ Rollo beat Aldo early in the season. But many people are trying to avenge their losses, and Aldo is on an extreme hot streak right now. So it's anybody's game. But Oruchuk gets the escape to make it 3-1 in the 133-pound finals here in the Southern Conference Championships.
I think TK Davis has just still got to create causing chaos. He's got to make this match weird. Juracek, a very technical wrestler. All TK has to do is really get Juracek on his back foot, and that's exactly what he's been doing. And as Juracek picks up a stalling warning in the midst of that.
And what a great misdirection. TK Davis goes for a single on the other leg and goes for a cross-legged single to catch Oruchuk off guard. And still no 3 yet, as Oruchuk has grabbed the leg for dear life to get that stalemate, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And they start 3-1 still. No takedown by Davis, but that was a great shot by Davis. Great technical and great IQ. And still both guys in the middle. TK Davis tapping the head of Oruchuk. Tries to go for a little bit of a snap down, but still in the tie-in. 1 minute remaining in this first round. And if this match does go past the first round, it'll be the first one to do so. And Oruchuk has the leg. TK Davis grabs the other leg, tries to go for a crotch grip, but Oruchuk has the leg. And Davis, Orchuk trying to suck in that leg while Davis is trying to sprawl, flatten himself out, and go for that crossface. And Davis trying to break that grip of Orchuk, and it's going to be a stalemate. I think that's the deepest someone's had on TK Davis on a takedown in a hot minute ever since the quarterfinals, at least.
That was wild, Dane.
I think the last person to take Davis down, I believe, was very early, but they lost. But Ethan Orchuk staying right in front of TK Davis here. And TK Davis being from Gardner-Webb, and Ethan Orchuk from Chattanooga. And that is the end of the first period. TK Davis leads 3-1. Gardner-Webb fans are happy, but not as happy as I think they should be.
I think it's been a pretty fair match. I think TK Davis is, rankings-wise, he's the better wrestler. Record-wise, he's the better wrestler. I think he thinks he's the better wrestler. I think he knows he's the better wrestler. And we get a caution. Gardner-Webb wrestlers letting Yurichuk know about it. And, hey, they got one final. They got one chance to be loud, and they're taking advantage of it.
And Orchuk gets heckled by Gardner-Webb fans saying, and Orchuk grabs the leg of Davis. No escape point has been given, but he starts out, but now the escape point is given. Had the leg, but lets it go to just try to get that point altogether to go into neutral. Orchuk goes for a shot attempt, and Davis goes for the misdirection. Goes for the mat attempt, but Orchuk has that leg, keeping Davis from taking him down. What great awareness from Orchuk, but great awareness from TK Davis. TK Davis, after the shot attempt from Orchuk, slips behind Orchuk's back, taking it fully, but Orchuk grabs the leg and Hope gets a stalemate to get out of there. Great awareness by Orchuk.
Great awareness by both wrestlers, like you said, Dane. TK Davis had the score. Yurichuk turns around, almost had a score by himself. We go back to the middle, and we have a minute left in this second period, and both wrestlers sit on their knees and kind of look at each other like, whew, we are in a battle right now.
Abe and TK Davis, the most prominent out of all those wrestlers, being a top 15 wrestler in the nation in the 133-pound weight class. And a Gardner-Webb fan absolutely screams, stalling, but that will go to stalemate and go back to neutral, where TK Davis leads 3-2 still with 35 seconds remaining in this second period.
I think TK Davis just got to keep doing what he's been doing. He's been doing a really good job. We've seen him dominate wrestlers the same way what he's been doing all tournament, like what he's doing with Yurichuk right now. Yurichuk just showing a great defensive performance, but as I say that, Davis gets a takedown. Chattanooga bench doesn't want it. They thought, we don't give the takedown. We're still at 3-2. Officials had called the takedown, and they're taking it back. We're still at 3-2. And Davis is begging his bench to challenge it, and they're going to throw it out there. And I didn't have a good look, but I think Yurichuk had an arm in.
Yeah, that was very odd positioning. They're going to have to go to the exact scoreboards, but TK Davis begging, and the coaches from Gardner-Webb a little hesitant, but got to show confidence to their top-ranked wrestler. But Orchuk is a little gassed right now, both hands on his knees while Davis is standing straight up. Got a little bit of water, but Davis is standing straight up. While Orchuk looks a little gassed, but I wonder what this decision is going to be. But if you guys don't know, during regular season duels, it's normally the referee who does the review. But at least for this championship, they will go to a review booth. And I saw, not to get a little too ahead of myself, but I saw someone shake a hand, shake their head on the takedown. But let's see what happens, because if this gets upheld and there is no takedown, this will be the third takedown that has been taken away from TK Davis in this match. And they will review, no takedown given, and Gardner-Webb is ticked off. And I see an App State local sitting beside with the side of Gardner-Webb fans might be TK Davis.
I don't disagree with the call. I think Yurichuk had an arm in. I think that's the right call from the officials. I would kind of appreciate it if it was the officials doing the reviewing, but it's the way the SoCon does it. I think this is a really good match, like what we were talking about the entire time. Juracek taking TK to the distance. We have not seen barely any SoCon wrestlers do that thus far.
And Ethan Orchuk being compared to TK Davis all year is his chance to separate that conversation. But TK Davis immediately gets the escape within 5 seconds of being on bottom, extends the lead 4-2. Orchuk goes for a shot, and Davis goes for that front headlock position, but Orchuk defends it, gets away. And TK Davis goes for the takedown. No takedown yet, and Gardner Webb is pissed, and now they finally get the 3. And wow, Gardner Webb's coaches were very mad, stomping at the ref to give them that 3, and TK Davis, without a doubt, gets control on that one.
Well, they feel like they've been kind of stopped a lot in this match with some takedowns taken away. Dan, I went back and looked at this earlier match from TK and Juracek. TK Davis, major decision. Juracek 17-6, so Juracek really staying in this match a lot better than he did before, but TK Davis finally starting to pick up some steam here.
Yeah, TK Davis with that takedown, gaining some momentum. And Orchek on bottom trying to escape and trying to break that grip. And they break the grip with that escape to make it 7-3. Orchuk gets a shot attempt, and Davis goes for his own on the shot reshot. And no 3 yet. Orchuk does the Granby roll, and they go out of bounds. No takedown given.
I think Juracek has just been absolutely fantastic with his takedown defense here. If this was any other wrestler in the circle with TK Davis right now, this would have been a tech fall two periods ago.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Orchek. It's honestly just his offense that needs work. His defense have been phenomenal with the top-ranked wrestler TK Davis of Gardner Webb. TK Davis goes in, tries to circle around, it goes out of bounds, and we get a stalling call on Orchek. And the head coach for Orchek, but one more point was given to TK Davis for that stalling and makes it 8-3, and that Chattanooga coach was not happy. Almost went to the middle of the outer edge of the mat and stalling on TK Davis now.
Can't just walk away from your guy there, TK. You just saw Ethan Juracek do the same thing. Can't do that back. I know you feel it. You feel a conference title coming on. The bench feels it. The crowd feels it. But you got to keep wrestling. And what a fantastic technical move from the veteran TK Davis. And he knows it. He's pumping his fist. He knows he's got that title in his grasp. Wow.
And TK Davis doesn't care. He just threw that for good measure. He letting Orchuk know, hey, you might have been close. And TK Davis goes to the Gardner Webb bench, flexes on his fans, shakes Orchek's hand, and gets his hand raised as he punched his ticket to Cleveland. But his ticket was punched, but he just got a double punch to Cleveland.
I said it earlier, Dane, he's wearing dog on his chest because he's a dog. He comes up with a bit of a limp, though, and he's getting carried off the mat.
In a positive way, though, but Orchek limping closely. He throws his headgear to his bench, and happy as he can be, he sits down immediately with the bench, but a couple people saying he can't do that and has to go straight back to the actual area to get examined. But yeah, TK is limping a little bit, but I think he might be just a little bit tired and having about 3 or 4 takedowns taken away from him. But TK Davis was the favorite and enforces that favorite vote, and TK Davis becomes the SoCon Wrestling Championship.
If you did not hear that, I don't know if you heard that, Dane, Gardner Webb has been assessed 1 team point for unsportsmanlike conduct.
I hate to say it, not to be a sore loser, but I'm no fan of Chattanooga myself, but I honestly see that. I honestly get that decision. TK Davis went for a mat return, a couple seconds left, and kind of slammed him on the ground, didn't go along with him. You can't slam a guy on the ground and still be standing, sadly. But TK Davis gets the win, all the minus. Gardner Webb didn't have a chance to go on, but if it was Chattanooga getting that team point, I would see why.
It's true.
I would see why some people are mad. But Gardner Webb's team score, to be honest, doesn't really matter.
It's true. It's true. They're not even in the top 4, and to be honest, I don't think they have 30.
And now at 141, App State fans, we have Aldo Hernandez from App State. The man has faced so much adversity throughout his time here at App State. Going into the regular season, almost dead even. He was ranked 5th out of the 9 SoCon wrestlers in his weight class, and now he's made it to the finals, where he is trying to avenge his regular season loss against AJ Rollo of Bellarmine.
And this is huge for the team score. App State sitting at 83.5. They're 4.5 points behind UTC, who sits at 89, just 1 whole point above Bellarmine. Bellarmine takes this match. App State moves into 3rd. If App State takes this match, App State cushions their lead a little bit.
Hernandez having a front headlock after Rollo goes for a little bit of a outside single attempt. Both men just fainting, honestly. A lot of fakes here from both men. Aldo has that head collar tie, but they separate. Rollo, seeing his options, goes down to all knees, and Aldo tries to match his level.
Both men had dominant wins in their semifinals matchups. Aldo Hernandez took down the #1 seed in all of 141, 16-14 with major decision. AJ Rollo majored his guy too, Dominic DiTullio. So both top 2 seeds hit the lower bracket. We got number 5 and number 3 here in the final.
And more exciting things happening later on, but right now, Aldo Hernandez from App State wrestling. Aldo circles around after a little shot attempt from Rollo, and Rollo is, both men separate. Rollo trying to confuse Aldo, just level changing a lot, but Aldo trying to get out of that collar tie. And Aldo with his post arm, Rollo trying to get wrist control, almost got it, but separates. Aldo goes for a little bit of a collar tie slap that separates. Aldo goes for a really good fake and gets a reaction from Rollo, but both men go in the collar tie after, where Aldo's trying to escape and get some wrist control. Still 0-0, a minute 20 remaining. Aldo escapes the shoe by attempt by Rollo, separates extremely far. Aldo has the inside tie in. Aldo has the leg after AJ Rollo tried to go for another shoe by, but Aldo catches him off guard. Aldo has the ankle, trying to find a good position. Aldo goes the 2-on-1 on the leg, trying to finish Rollo, but Rollo's going to try to grab a leg. He's going to try to go for that stalemate and gets that front trip, where Aldo gets the takedown and goes in between the legs of Rollo to try to go for that level change, but Aldo gets the first takedown of the match.
What a great shot by Aldo there. I thought he should have probably gone front ankle rather than the back ankle. Chooses to keep with the back. He takes down Rollo. Already has more points in this one, in this matchup, than he did in the last matchup against Rollo, as that one finished 1-1 into overtime. Rollo got the sudden victory takedown.
And Aldo getting the first takedown. 30 seconds remaining in this first period. Rollo is on bottom as they went out of bounds. They're going to start right back in the middle. Rollo trying to break that grip, but Aldo trying to stay close and keeping that grip from escaping, trying to go for that front trip. Rollo tries to sit out after that trip. Aldo trying to mat return in the final 13 seconds. Some fans might call for a stalling, but go out of bounds. Aldo's foot keeping it in bounds.
Wow, what poise.
He goes for that shot attempt, and they go out of bounds. Great awareness by Aldo.
That was great awareness, great wrestling IQ from Aldo. I thought Rollo honestly had the escape there, but they're going to go back, and Rollo's going to go down.
And Rollo is going to go down where Aldo starts. A couple seconds go by, and that is the last second of the first round, and Aldo Hernandez up 3-0. App State has the first decision and defer it to Bellarmine, and that'll give App State the final choice on the third period if there is one.
I think Hunter Schott, when he's on the bench, has only lost 1 coin flip the entire tournament. A wild stat. Probably doesn't mean anything, but placebo probably means a lot.
Aldo goes down. Rollo goes for the Granby roll. Aldo trying to go for that back trip again, but needs to watch the bad positioning here. Aldo has a leg in. Aldo almost had the spladle, but that puts Rollo in good position. But Aldo goes back on top, going out of bounds, so they will start back where Rollo is on bottom, but that was almost a bad position for Rollo.
That was really scary. Almost had some back points there, but ooh, if he gets out of that, if Rollo gets out of that spladle, man, that's 3 the other way for the Bellarmine guy.
And they will start back where Aldo on top and Rollo on bottom. 1:20 remaining. Aldo collecting riding time. Has 1:30 of riding time. Lets Rollo escape to get that 3-1 lead for Aldo Hernandez of App State. Aldo circles around, trying to get some hand fighting. Goes for that wrist control. Has that inside collar tie. Rollo tries the level change, but Aldo's wrist, that wrist control keeping Rollo from having a good position. Rollo has that leg. Aldo has the leg. Both men have a leg. And Aldo, everyone trying to watch that knee, and potentially dangerous on Aldo's leg, and they are going to go neutral for 3-1.
I think that was called about 2 seconds too late. I think that was potentially dangerous. Officials let it fly, and then right when Rollo gets his good positioning, they call it. I don't know if I agree with it there, but that was a potentially dangerous move.
And Rollo goes for the ankle pick while Aldo goes a little high, has that leg. Rollo almost losing grip of that leg. Aldo now has the sole leg grip. If Aldo can get his head up and can get Rollo out from behind him, this will be big for Hernandez. Aldo trying to get that leg separated, but we're going to have a stalemate and start back neutral. But good takedown defense by Aldo after that second attempt after starting neutral again.
Both wrestlers know what's at stake here right now. If you lose, you're done. Your season's over. You're going back to Lexington. If you're Bellarmine, you're going back to Boone. If you're App State, both guys want to go to Cleveland in a couple weeks. They do not want their seasons to be over. And it all comes down to this period.
And it is now 3-1 going into the final period. Aldo Hernandez chooses to go bottom. And it looks like Rollo is going to do the diamond for Aldo to let him up, but not up easy. Aldo flattening out near the edge of the match, and Rollo trying to eliminate some of that riding time going down. But Rollo with 1:40 to work to get back into this lead, but Aldo back in the around 30 seconds of Aldo Hernandez's riding time, and now Aldo is only at a minute of riding time exactly, and now under a minute.
I think that's the exact game plan that Rollo should have gone into the third period with. I think that he executed it perfectly, got Aldo perfectly under a minute. Now he gets if Rollo gets the takedown, we're headed into overtime.
And Aldo has the leg after the reshot from Rollo. And Aldo trying to go that back leg while Rollo is on the outer skirts trying to hop. But has that whizzer. Aldo trying to stay in bounds. Aldo trying to get grip of the leg. And they might go stalemate soon, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And they will go right back, and they will go neutral stand. Aldo needs to defend for a minute without stalling calls. Rollo down by 3, needs a takedown to tie it. Aldo has 57 seconds of riding time, 3 less than he needs. Aldo trying to hand fight, and we're going to have stalling on Aldo Hernandez. And that's the first stalling call. They won. Aldo trying to stay in the middle. Rollo sees how much time is left. He has 25 seconds to work. Aldo deep in. Rollo goes for an ankle pick. And Aldo goes for that body waist lock. And Aldo on the outer skirts defending, but Rollo keeping that grip in. Aldo trying to circle back around for another takedown. No takedown given yet, and there's a takedown for Aldo. Aldo tries to go for another mat rid for Appalachia.
This tournament with 4 losses on the season runs the absolute table, and the grin on his face is he's got tears in his eyes, and he goes and hugs his coach. It means so much to him to win a match like this, Dane.
Aldo Hernandez punched his ticket after not getting an automatic bid and having a down regular season year, almost breaking even. But Aldo Hernandez goes to the top for the SoCon champ.
Though a couple weeks ago about this tournament, and he said, seeds don't matter. I'm here. It doesn't matter. I went 4-4. He did break even. He did lose to guys from Bellarmine. And this hot streak could take him to anywhere he wants to at this point. Aldo is wrestling the best of his career right now. And like I said, he could go as far as he wants in Cleveland if he keeps wrestling like this.
Aldo is on an absolute hot streak with other conferences still being decided. The seedings will come out for the NCAA still being soon after everyone's conference standings are done. But what a win for Aldo Hernandez, and a statement win for App State as they get the win to raise the team score even more. But still neck and neck with Chattanooga, App State. But that is.
I think that's just going to fall as a regular decision, Dane. Moving App State into a 3.5. They are going to be sitting at 87 while Chattanooga sits at 89.
And right here, none of the people wrestling in the top two right here, but there is the Citadel from Carson DeRoser and Anderson Heap from Davidson. Carson DeRoser had an extremely close match against Caden Keith. Has been the top dog in the 149 championship. And Anderson Heap is going to get his chance to get his SoCon championship, but Carson DeRoser wants it as well.
DeRoser Keyser was this matchup last year. They did have the final at 49. DeRoser for Keyser making the difference for his seeding. Now the problem is can he defend that #1 title?
And Anderson Heap going for a shot attempt. DeRoser quickly sprawls and separates. And 1:20 remaining in this first period. But this match, if Carson DeRoser wins, will be huge for the Citadel, not only for scoring, as they are right now 4th, I believe. Might give them a chance to go back into that top 3 if they get a dominant win from DeRoser. But DeRoser has that leg. DeRoser has the single, trying to finish, putting it in between himself legs. Heap putting his own leg outside DeRoser's. The Citadel's coaches are standing straight up. It goes for a trip, but Heap jumps, has a high vertical, and Heap is extremely flexible. We saw this in the Davidson matchup. But no takedown yet. DeRoser standing up and dragging Heap back in, trying to go for that back trip while Heap on the defensive, and they're going to go out of bounds, and they're taking that 3.
Wow.
And DeRoser has that 3 for the first takedown of the match.
At the buzzer, Dane, Heap had great takedown defense the entire time, just lets up a second too short, and the Davidson coach says, hey, that's after the clock.
And the clock is off with a clock malfunction, and they're trying to see how it's going to go. And it will be 3-1, and there's going to be 21 seconds remaining in this period.
Dane, App State now sits at 86.5, not 87. Citadel has been eliminated from top 3 competition. I think they did not have a chance. They were about 31 points behind number 3. Not going to happen. They could end up still getting dominant wins, but would not matter for team score.
And Anderson Heap gets the escape. I'm thinking about Tomas Booker, man. I'm thinking.
Okay, sure.
I'm thinking.
That Thomas, okay.
And we get red first decision. Chooses bottom. Doesn't defer, just chooses bottom.
I just want to say it's Tomas. Not
I
to
know.
you, Dane. Not to you, but other people that might not know.
Yeah.
It's Tomas.
And his mom said it himself. He's part Hispanic. So that's where the Tomas says it from. That's where the Tomas is from.
I did not know that.
And Heap goes for a sit out to try to break that grip, and he breaks that grip and gets an escape point to make it 2-3 Carson DeRoser has the lead.
Heap trying to be the lone champion from Davidson here. Citadel still has chances with Kyril Lavelle in the next weight class, but Davidson, I believe this is just their lone championship wrestler still in the bracket.
And they're going to go to a stalemate after Anderson Heap goes down for a shot attempt, and DeRoser stuffs it, and they just stay in the same position for a couple seconds, so they call it, going to call it stalemate. And can you talk about DeRoser for a quick second? Like Keyser, he thrives in these close matchups where the score is really close. And how does that go against Anderson Heaps?
Well, these guys are both, 49 to me is a real low scoring weight class. You know, they're going to fight, like hand fight way more than you're going to see like a 25 or a 33 or even like an 84. 84, they go up, they score points. You hit 49 and it's like, all right, we're going to drag you into the dirt. We're going to slow you down. Every guy, there's no really explosive guy at 49 in this weight class. So every single guy kind of into the mud. Both guys like a matchup like this, and I think I like a matchup like this. This has been a great matchup, 3-2, heading into about 30 seconds left in the second period as Heap goes for a shot here. He's got the single leg. DeRoser hopping around like a bunny. Heap trying to bring him back. He takes him down. Davidson fans want the three. I think they're not going to get it. Davidson bench calling for it. And wow, what defense from DeRoser to...
Davidson fans are upset with that, as they want that three, but it's not going to be given. That's the end of the second period, as the score is 3-2 with Carson DeRoser from the Citadel leading by 1.
What great defense we've seen in these finals, Dane. I think that's 100% a takedown against probably 75% of other wrestlers in this weight class in this conference. But, man, Carson DeRoser shows the leg strength, will not allow a takedown from his Davidson opponent.
No escape yet, but now is an escape. Carson DeRoser widens the lead by 2, but a takedown is 3. Both men still a very close match, 4-2. DeRoser leads by 2. DeRoser goes in for a shot attempt. Heap goes in for a shot retake, but DeRoser stuffs it. Both men just right in front of each other, just hand fighting. DeRoser has the inside collar tie. Heap trying to keep up. Heap goes in for a double leg, has both of the legs. DeRoser trying to defend. 1:20 remaining in this match. Is that 3? Do the refs give that signal? And no ref.
Wow.
They do not give them that 3 with the wide body lock, and that is 3 for Heap. And now DeRoser, who is up this entire match, is down 5-4. He needs to escape to tie it up, and he does. He gets that escape, and we will go neutral.
Ride time not going to be a factor in this match. Carson DeRoser has the lead with about 15 seconds. Don't see him getting a takedown in time for ride time to add that. The takedown would be more beneficial than the ride time would. So, Dane, this is going to go straight technical ability. How good is your last shot? Andrew Heap and Carson DeRoser.
And one of my favorite questions to ask wrestlers is, you have 1 minute left and you're down or you're tied. You need a good setup, and Heap and Carson DeRoser for this 149 finals matchup. Both men just in the collar tie, 25 seconds remaining. Both men just hand fighting. Goes for the shot attempt. Heap goes, but Heap defends it. Heap goes for the shot attempt while DeRoser stuffs it, stays in front. Short time, and 4 seconds goes by, and we're going to overtime for the 149 finals matchup.
We've got some Citadel wrestlers sitting right beside us. They're hyped for it. Carson DeRoser, can you be a 2-time NCAA qualifier? Whoever scores next takes it.
And goes into overtime. DeRoser goes for a sloppy takedown. Heap defends it. Heap goes for a shot, reshot. No takedown just yet. And DeRoser has amazing takedown defense to stop Heap from almost getting it too close. DeRoser has looking for that whizzer, trying to separate. DeRoser sprawls like his life depends on it. We might go to a stalemate, and that's exactly what happens. We have a minute and 24 remaining. Still tied.
Can't say it enough. The takedown defense in this tournament has been absolutely phenomenal, and it keeps getting better as we head into more and more finals.
Neither man has riding time. Anderson Heap has been on the offensive this entire run, but DeRozer's takedown defense has been great. And his one takedown has been from a shot reshot, and DeRozer goes for a double leg. Heap stuffs it 1 minute exact. And the official telling both guys that they need to work. Heap goes for a takedown attempt, but DeRozer sprawls. Instantly goes away. Makes it 5-5. About 35 seconds remaining. Carson DeRozer has been on the defensive this entire time, but he's been defending and not stalling. We got a stalling on DeRozer.
Wow, Dane, I do not agree with that one. DeRozer's doing just what he can. He's taking away Anderson Heap's shots. I don't understand where you see the stalling there. Both men are doing the best they can as we hit short time.
And DeRozer, if he gets another stalling call, that'll be a point for Heap. But Anderson Heap gets a stun call. DeRozer tries to circle around. Is that a takedown for Anderson Heap? In the final 3 seconds remaining, with 3 seconds left, Anderson Heap gets the clutch takedown against Carson DeRozer.
Wow, the coach says, pay me my money. So does Anderson Heap. Anderson Heap, you're going to Cleveland, young man. He beat Caden Keyser in the regular season. He beats the reigning, defending champion in the SoCon at 49, and he's going to go over and celebrate with his teammates. Wow, what an end to that match, Dane.
Davidson, you have yourself a SoCon championship in the 149 weight class for Anderson Heap. Punches his ticket to Cleveland. And I believe Carson DeRozer did not get an automatic bid, and he will lose his spot in Cleveland. And Anderson Heap takes it away from him.
Unsure if DeRozer had a auto bid, but I do not believe he did.
DeRozer had amazing takedown defense that entire time, but Anderson Heap got the best when it mattered in overtime. And Jeb Pretchel out here.
What walkout music. Alan Jackson, Chattahoochee. That makes me just want to cheer for Jeb Pretchel more and more.
Chattahoochee.
Way down yonder, Dane.
What a great walkout song. But Kyra Lavelle, who is the guy for the Citadel, out the 157 weight class and on the upper top ranked guys in the 157 weight class for the Citadel. But it's Bellarmine versus Citadel, and Lavelle is going to try to get Pretchel is going to try to get another upset win today, as Pretchel defeated the number 2 and number 3 seed.
But this is a huge one for Bellarmine. They currently sit exactly 4 points behind App State. A win here would move them to about 1.5 points away from second place, moving into a App State Bellarmine duel a little bit later, as I believe that is the case. Excuse me, it is not the case. No App State or Bellarmine wrestlers will face off today.
Pretchel just staying his distance, keep the head tapping.
Wow.
And Anderson Heap they read the stat, Anderson Heap is the first SoCon champion for Davidson since 11 years ago in 2015.
What an achievement for the young man from just outside of Charlotte. Wildcats heading to Cleveland for the first time in what feels like forever.
Kyra Lavelle goes for a takedown attempt, and Pretchel stuffs it. And Kyra Lavelle goes for. Lavelle almost had the takedown there, but they'll go out of bounds and say that Pretchel had the whizzer and stuffs it. But some Citadel fans are booing.
I think Pretchel's really got to worry about some stalling calls there if that's how Pretchel is going to fight. Interesting way to wrestle there. Lavelle, he's going to come out and just purely dominate you. He's going to size you up like a point guard like you see right now, stepping those feet over each other like he played soccer. It looks like he plays every sport imaginable. He's built like a football player. He's wide and long like a basketball player. He's silk and smooth like a soccer player. He can just do whatever he wants to you, whenever, whatever.
And Pretzel has the wrist of Lavelle. Lavelle trying to reverse it. Lavelle goes for a takedown attempt, but Pretzel stuffs it again. But bad positioning for Pretzel as Lavelle goes for a lat drop. And Pretzel defends it. Tried to go for another lat drop, and that did not go Pretzel's way. As Lavelle went for a lat drop, and Pretzel didn't get dropped, but tried to defend it in an odd way and went down in doing so. Now Lavelle is up 3-1 after the escape. And Pretzel went for a takedown attempt, but they will go out of bounds. But Lavelle is up 3-1. Are you surprised that Lavelle hasn't done anything more with Pretzel, Trey?
No, I think this is a feel-out round for Lavelle. We were talking about the price match yesterday. He just toys with his food a little bit, and guess what? He's that good. He can do whatever.
Wow!
Oh, but Jeb
Pretzel goes for the head and arm, has Cairo Lavelle on his back. Jeb Pretzel has the head and arm, multiple, going for the back. Cairo Lavelle is bridging like his life depends on it. Pretzel with the head and arm. What will happen? Pretzel being very close with the pin as he's gotten multiple upsets today. Pretzel going for the pin. And the time is done, and Lavelle is saved by the bell.
Wow, as I say, Lavelle likes to play with his food, and he can do whatever he wants. Jeb Pretzel from way down yonder gets a 4-point near fall and a takedown, but just like you said, Dane, Cairo Lavelle saved by the bell, and I don't think he expected that at all. He's crawling to the center of the mat, and I think he understands that this isn't a usual Cairo Lavelle match. The Bellarmine fans and fellow wrestlers are absolutely deafening in here. Lavelle is going to have to put on the best foot forward he's probably done all season.
And Jeb Pretzel is leading 8-4 after those near fall points and that takedown. What a match so far, as Jeb Pretzel is up 4 points against the number 1 seed, Cairo Lavelle. And both hand fighting, Pretzel having the inside tie up and Lavelle trying to go in. Lavelle trying to get his own inside tie in, but Pretzel, the hand fighting so far. Lavelle trying to go those underhooks again, trying to go for another lat drop, and that's where Pretzel got the head and arm, and Lavelle goes for the same move that almost screwed him last round and goes 8-7, and Jeb Pretzel gets a reversal on Cairo Lavelle after the attempt there, and they will go out of bounds, but Pretzel keeping that hand in to waste some time, and then they'll go out of bounds. But Jeb Pretzel is wrestling like a madman.
Jeb Pretzel, have yourself a day. Cairo Lavelle, a dominant force to be reckoned with all year in the SoCon and even out of it. Jeb Pretzel says, man, I don't care. I'm listening to Chattahoochee by Alan Jackson. I'm doing what I want.
And Jeb Pretzel goes for the mat return while Lavelle and tries to return Lavelle but can't.
Pretzel, sorry, Dane.
And Lavelle escapes 10-8.
Pretzel has to be worried. He's in a great spot right now, but Lavelle, like what we've seen, he gets takedowns in an instant. Now, on the other side, Pretzel's able to reverse anything in an instant. I think this is a great matchup for both schools, both wrestlers right now, and it's super entertaining.
And with 20 seconds left in this second round, Pretzel leads by 2 against Cairo Lavelle. In the middle of the mat. Lavelle trying to go for an ankle trip, or an ankle pick. Both of them just standing at each other waiting to say, I dare you to do something with 5 seconds left. And Jeb Pretzel is down 2, and Bellarmine gets the last decision.
Jeb Pretzel couldn't be in a better spot right now. He's coming out. I think if I'm Lavelle, I would just let him up. I would completely let him up or even go neutral here. You've absolutely dominated him when you're both on your feet, but once you get on your back, it's been a little dicey for Lavelle.
And Lavelle lets Pretzel up And now is an 11-8 lead for Jeb Pretchel of Bellarmine. Both men hand fighting, about 1:40 remaining. Pretchel going for a bit of a snap down. Lavelle being on the main offensive here after in the first round goes for the wait feel out method. And Lavelle trying to go for that lat drop again that worked so well and tries to do it. He tried to do it again, but Pretchel saw it coming that time and knew it was coming. But Pretchel trying to snap down, goes for the lat drop, circles back around, and Lavelle still trying to go, has that whizzer pushing against. Citadel fans want some stalling, but I don't see going to affect. Pretchel has a leg. They want that 3, but Pretchel with the head, there is no 3 yet. With that 3, there is no 3, no takedown. And no takedown, and Citadel is going to challenge.
I don't agree with that. I think that there's no chance that's a takedown. Pretchel has a leg in. You got to get some points here. I understand the challenge, but I don't know about that one.
And Pretchel having some pretty good takedown defense in this match.
Ooh, he's had the tournament of his life, Dane.
And Jeb Pretchel has not had the best regular season for Bellarmine. As like we said before, Pretchel going into this tournament was a 6 seed.
But put the context out there. What happened yesterday in his matchup with Gordano from Gardner-Webb?
So Jeb Pretchel was wrestling Gordano, and Gordano was winning 13-4. And let's just say that Gordano went on his back and a good old slap on the mat.
It was insane.
Absolutely.
7 seconds left in the match. Gordano's up 9, and he gets pinned.
And after review, no takedown given to Carl Lavelle. 55 seconds remaining. Both men will start neutral.
Kyra Lavelle here, he's going to go on the attack here. Pretchel has to be aware to not get a stalling call, but continue that great takedown defense he's been showing all match.
And Lavelle having both underhooks right now, but with Jeb Pretchel having that tie-up, Pretchel has that stalling call like you were just talking about. No points given, and Pretchel going in, but Pretchel almost got a takedown after the Lavelle attempt. Pretchel stepped over Lavelle, but no points were given. And Lavelle waiting, and Bellarmine fans want to stall from Lavelle. And Lavelle on the offensive, down 8-11. Pretchel trying to defend. Citadel wants some stalling calls. They're not going to get it. Jeb Pretchel has that whizzer. No 3 just yet, and they're going to go out of bounds. And no 3 yet, and they're going to try to plead their case for stalling against Jeb Pretchel of Bellarmine.
Wow.
And Kyle Lavelle is tired. He's taking his time to go back in.
I don't think Lavelle's had to work for this long in a while. Pretchel
Pretchel
just
gets stalling
walked away.
again, has that point. No takedown yet. And they're going to go out of bounds as the leg touches Pretchel. And it is 11-9, 12 seconds remaining. What is going to happen?
Both sides yelling for stalling. There's 12 seconds left, like Dane said.
Stalling,
there's another stalling.
Another stalling. 1 point for Lavelle. They go out of bounds. Pretchel tries to leave his foot in bounds. 4 seconds remaining. 1 more stalling. If I was Pretchel right here, I'd just go in for a shot attempt to try to hold things together. You cannot run back.
But Lavelle is so technically sound, Dane. He can flip anything in a matter of seconds in the
Pretchel is the SoCon champion at 157.
What is in the air in Kimmel Arena? We have a 5 seed go in at 41. We have a 6 seed go in at 57. Anything can happen at any moment. Jeb Pretchel from way down yonder.
I gotta clap for that. I gotta clap. Jeb Pretchel came into this as a 6 seed and beats every single top seed in front of him.
He beat the 1, he beat the 2, he beat the 3. He ran the gauntlet and did it.
And Jeb Pretchel is going to Cleveland, where he will get that asterisk beside his name to start next season as an NCAA qualifier. Wow. It is not a good day for the Citadel fans today and yesterday.
That's a really good decision for Bellarmine, though. Probably moves up to about 85 with that win. App State still sitting at 86.5 as 165 starts. And the story of the SoCon tournament so far, the 8 seed from VMI, Ryan Vigil, moves into the championship match against App State's own Anthony Canetta. Feels like Vigil wasn't even the story of SoCon. It felt like he was the story in the country yesterday as he took down the second highest ranked wrestler in the SoCon in Thomas Snipes.
And that match was absolutely exciting. Both wrestlers wrestled great in that Thomas Snipes and Vigil match, but Vigil got the best of Snipes. But in this match is going to be a tough one as we got Anthony Canetta from App State, baby, versus Ryan Vigil, the man that everybody's been talking about right now with his upset win against Thomas Snipes.
Dane, this shouldn't be a matchup. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there right now. If Canetta wrestles how he usually does, this should be nowhere close to a close matchup. Now,
we slipped a lot of that about Pretchel.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. There has been crazier things that have gone on here today as Vigil got a couple wins yesterday. Canetta got a couple wins yesterday. I expect a really, really close matchup in this one.
And both men going into the tie, just fighting back and forth like a bulldog. And Canetta was very emotional yesterday after clinching his way into the SoCon finals. Canetta in the tie-in. And Vigil trying to post up, get some underhooks. And Canetta staying in front of Vigil. And Vigil staying there. Separates. Vigil goes for a takedown attempt, and Canetta stuffs it, goes for the Vigil.
And I feel like they know that this is probably the matchup of the day. Feels like they cranked that heat up here in Kimmel Arena. Maybe it's just a smoke machine.
And Anthony Canetta's father, or family member, is the loudest person here in this matchup, and I don't blame him. Canetta defends another takedown Takedown. Trying to circle back around. Canetta grabbing that head and arm. Canetta grabbing the outside leg, but staying in front, trying to shoot by Vigil, but goes back to the neutral position and separates.
You can hear it from his family member. No space he wants to give to Vigil. Vigil, that space he was given from Snipes was how he was able to win his matchup. Canetta has to have his hands on him at all times.
And still a 0-0 matchup. 1 minute remaining. Vigil goes for a little bit of a fake, so does Canetta, but both men go neutral and go back to the tie-in. And here goes SoCon champ, Jeb Pretchel, going back to his team. Can't believe I'm saying that.
Deservedly standing ovation for the SoCon champion. We all thought that the best chance would be Mayer, Rollo. It's Jeb Pretchel as he gives his parents a hug.
And start back neutral, 35 seconds remaining. Still 0-0, both men just fiercely fighting for that inside tie-in. Goes for that snap down. Canetta trying to stay low as he almost got a little too high. Vigil goes for the takedown attempt, has Canetta high. Canetta trying to stuff it. Canetta has that whizzer and trying to defend it, and he escapes and crawls out of there with no points. 5 seconds remaining in this first round. And that'll be the end of the first round. Still 0-0, and who will get the decision? And it'll go red for VMI, Ryan Vigil. They will get the first decision, and he chooses to go down.
Interesting, we usually see a deferral on the first decision, but Ryan Vigil likes what he saw in the first period. Notices something that maybe me and Dane don't, but a good feel-out period for Canetta in that first one, Dane.
And Canetta driving his head in that armpit, going for the side. Vigil trying to escape. Canetta trying to blast double. Vigil goes for a Granby roll. Canetta somehow still stays in control. And Canetta grabbing the double while going in front trying to defend, and Kaneda gets rolled through, but Kaneda still has that 3 and trying to defend. Still 0-0 still. Kaneda trying to go through, and Ryan Vigil almost has Kaneda in a cradle. Ryan Vigil has Kaneda in a cradle. Has any swipe points happened? Kaneda being close to getting pinned here. Kaneda close is no wonder. Kaneda trying to belly down. Kaneda being very close to bellying down, gets 2 near fall points. Trying to go near. Kaneda being very close. Kaneda trying to bridge open, trying to get up, and bellies down, and that's exactly what happens. 4 near fall, and what a disaster for Anthony Kaneda.
Dane exactly said it. That is an absolute disaster. Now it's a 6-0 scoreline. Now, if I'm Vigil, I'm just sitting on Kaneda for the rest of this period. Build up that ride time, because guess what? I'm going into the next one on top.
And they will go out of bounds. And Anthony Kaneda's family member saying that he's got to move. But Kaneda is down 6-0 against Ryan Vigil. And they're going to be 42 seconds left in this second period. And Kaneda's going to try to get some points fast.
Blood in the water if you're Ryan Vigil. App State needs this more than anything right now. What should have been an easy matchup and easy bonus points probably is looking crazy right now as Kaneda stares at himself at a 6-0 hole as Vigil is just going to build up this ride time before this third period starts.
And Kaneda trying to break open that grip. Vigil trying to keep Kaneda on the ground. Kaneda trying to break that grip of Vigil, really keeping it in there. And trying to slide his hips. Kaneda goes for a Granby, but it's a really bad one at that. And it looks like Kaneda will not be able to escape in the second round. And what a round from Ryan Vigil of VMI.
Wow, App State coaches know it. Paul Bianchi and John Mark Bentley on the side holding their heads. Coach Randall Yabi and Coach Hunter Schott on the side just looking at each other like, I think this kid's just too hot right now. And Ryan Vigil, Anthony Kaneda finished the season so strong, but he's still got 2 minutes to flip this decision on its head.
And Anthony Kaneda down 6 with 2 minutes in the 165 Southern Conference matchup. Kaneda goes around, grabs a leg, trying to get a reversal. And we see the crotch grip from Vigil, and that's how Vigil was able to stop takedowns from Thomas Snipes, by doing the crotch grip. But Kaneda trying to get back in front with the reversal, trying to keep that leg open, and Kaneda trying to break that grip.
This ride time is still growing for Vigil there. Kaneda's foot is on his head. Kaneda's got to do something quick. We're going to a stalemate.
And it's a stalemate, and that was the best possible position for Vigil. Kaneda has 1:30 to work in this match.
Just like Dane said, 1:24, and you still hear his family member yelling, move. He's got time. We saw Vigil turn this match on its head in about 15 seconds time. What has Anthony Kaneda got?
Kaneda trying to break open that grip for the escape. That's exactly what happens. Now 6-1, Kaneda really needs to work. Can't let Vigil get any more points here. Possibly in the last minute, might have to go for a pin.
Vigil's so close to locking in this ride time, which would move him to 7 points. So a takedown and near fall points would be Kaneda's best bet to winning this match. Vigil might just stall this one out, and I wouldn't blame him.
Kaneda goes for the takedown. No takedown given. No takedown given yet. Kaneda trying to get that takedown, but Vigil doing a great job at defending it, and it's a stalemate. Kaneda is down 6-1. He has 34 seconds to try to get a pin here.
Ride time locked in, Dane.
As points will not. Vigil going to be on the defensive here and keeping Kaneda in. Kaneda tried to go for a high crotch. 20 seconds left, and they push out of bounds, and that's stalling on Vigil, and it will go neutral with 20 seconds left. Canetta's going to need a miracle of a lifetime. Canetta goes down to try to get that ankle, but Vigil on the defensive. Canetta trying to go in, hand fighting, but he needs to shoot a shot, go in. But Canetta trying to go in for that shot on the defensive. And it looks like that Brian Vigil will have the comeback of a lifetime as Vigil goes from the pigtails to Cleveland.
He goes from pigtails to Thomas Snipes to Griffin to Canetta. He ran the absolute gauntlet just like Jeb Pretzel did, and he is the only one not surprised in Kimmel Arena right now. And there is just straight up disappointment on all the faces wearing black and gold.
After that near fall and being on his back, that was the deciding factor to this match.
6 years is the last time a VMI wrestler won the SoCon in any weight class. That was before me and Dane started college.
Oh yeah, and Ryan Vigil, what a tournament. Starts out in the pigtails, tech falls his man from Presbyterian to go on and defeats everybody in his path to become SoCon champion. Ryan Vigil has not only impressed me, but is probably going to impress the entire country.
Hey, App State just won $4,000.
And App State won $4,000. I don't know what for.
I don't know what for either. I just heard Appalachian State and $4,000.
But App State won $4,000.
Did we win that money? Did we get any of that?
I don't believe so, sadly.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
Yeah, unfortunately. But
I think Coach Bentley and the wrestling team would much rather take home a SoCon tournament title trophy.
Yeah, than $4,000. But
scoreline. Sorry, Dan.
You got it.
Scoreline still stands 89 Chattanooga, App State 86.5. Bellarmine sitting just behind them at 85.5. And what a disaster that 165 matchup was. That was penciled in as probably the easiest matchup of any school, of any matchup. And here we go. We now have Bellarmine versus Citadel. So if Bellarmine's able to pull this one out, they will take sole control of second place. Possibly with a pin, they could take sole control of first place.
And rustling right now, rustling for the Citadel is Jacob. Can you talk about how these two guys wrestle in their match? No caution given.
I didn't see it, Dan. I apologize.
Grant Odell, right after shaking hands, goes.
Wrestlers' moves, like what we see right here. Soka has Odell on a fireman. Odell can easily flip this into something. We saw Pretzel do that numerous times. It's something that this Bellarmine coaching staff really preaches on in their practice sessions.
And they'll go to a stalemate to make it 0-0. As Citadel's and team scores going to be announced. And you are, in fact, updated. Good job, Trey.
Nice. Thanks, Dane.
And both men just going to the collar tie. Goes for the fake. And both of these guys being one of the top people in their weight class. And that's been a little change of theme today, as most people wrestling in the finals have been underdogs.
Yeah, have not seen a lot of chalk brackets, chalk meaning just how we expected it to go. Anthony Canetta was the second seed, was expected to make the finals. Silka, the 2 seed, was expected to make the finals, but Odell sat outside on the 4. He did beat Camden Monroe from Chattanooga 2-1 yesterday to clinch his berth in this championship bout.
And Grant Odell being very close to getting a takedown here. And 3 for the first takedown of that match. And out of bounds as Jacob Silka runs to the middle of the mat. but both men just hand fighting. Not really much happened other than that one takedown by Grant Odell. Scores 3-1. Grant Odell leads by 2.
I think both guys really want to go. They do want to get high paced, but I think at the same time you got to feel each other out. Odell did get that early takedown. Silka both guys throwing in fakes to end this period, but I think you just run off of whatever happens in the writing aspect at the end of the start of the second period, I should say. Silka did shoot a shot, but Odell's probably just gonna basically stale this out until that first period buzzer rings.
And that'll be the end of the first period. And the coin rolls down even straight, but Bellarmine gets the first decision, and they don't defer. They go straight to the decision. That's been a common theme for Bellarmine.
Yeah, we saw that for VMI as well, and it worked out pretty good for Vigil. Let's see how it works out for Odell.
And Silka for Citadel will be on top, and Odell will be on bottom. Odell immediately gets that escape point. Almost immediately, less than 5 seconds it takes him to get to that escape. And deep takedown attempt by Odell. Silka trying to defend, trying to grab the waist of Odell so Odell can't circle back around. And another couple seconds, and there's going to be a stalemate. And both managers honestly just waiting for it. But if Odell is not going to get called for it, as he tries to move Silka's leg and tries to advance, and they're going to go stalemate.
I think both benches were like, interesting call. Was expecting a stalemate about 10 seconds ago, but officials hold on to their whistle, which we saw did cause a win. And I think the 49 weight class earlier, as they held on to their whistles a little bit. Excuse me, the 57 with Lavelle.
Silka tries to go for a takedown attempt, but Odell stuffs it. Odell trying to snap down Silka. But both men just keeping each other's distance, just hand fighting, trying to see any possible disadvantage. Silka tries the level change. Grant Odell of Bellarmine leads 4-1 against Jacob Silka.
If you're an App State fan, you really want Silka to start getting on this front foot. Bellarmine winning this match would move them straight into second place. But just after this match, you see 3 straight App State championship matches, which could flip this entire scoring on its head. But to start, you would need Silka to really start putting his best foot forward.
And it is 4-1, and Silka taking his time, as Silka needs a breather or two. But remember how long you take, you give your opponent the same amount of time. And we get a caution on Grant Odell for starting a little too early.
I think Grant Odell has wrestled really good, but I'm going to be honest, I think Jacob Silka's wrestled a little more frightened. I don't want to say scared, because I don't think he is scared, but he's wrestling with a lot of emotion right now. Just not a lot going on in the Silka camp, but he finally gets that escape with 1:50 left, and he shoots a shot.
Going straight back in, tries to go for a shot reshot, but both men just stuff each other's takedowns and just go neutral. Goes straight back into the hand fight. 1:30 remaining in this third period. 4-2. Grant Odell from Bellarmine leads by 2. And what can you tell me about the rest of this match and how it intrigues, Trey?
Well, I just think Silka, I've been saying he's got to get on his front foot. Silka's got to keep Silka on the back foot. I should say Odell's got to keep Silka on the back foot. You know, some Citadel fans want stalling from Odell. I can't say I disagree with them, but Odell really doing the best he can with the position he's in, wrestling as much as he can. Silka gets the stalemate that he probably wanted. Neither guy was really doing much. You can see Silka finally starting to get faster and faster getting back in this match as we hit just less than a minute.
And we see a stalling call on Odell. No point given just yet, as there's 45 seconds remaining in this total match itself, and Jacob Silka needs a takedown to get into this lead.
Riding time not going to be a factor in this. Silka kind of just pushes him out, and he's going to get a stalling call. Odell's going to get the stalling call, and it's going to be 4-3.
And 35 seconds remaining. One more stalling call, and we're going to have a tied match here. Odell stuffs the takedown. Tries to go back in, stuffs his own, tries to go for a shoe by, staying in front. Odell hand fighting here. Blocks the takedown by Silka. Odell needs to have some type of offensive movement here, or another stalling might get called. Has the front headlock. Needs to circle back around, or another stalling point's going to get called. 5 seconds remaining. No stalling just yet. 2, 1. No stalling has been called. And Grant Odell is the SoCon 174 champion. And that could go both ways. I'm surprised the last second stalling call wasn't called.
I think Odell really saved himself by that position switch right on that far X in front of the Citadel bench. Looked like the stalling was about to get called. Then he moves his knees around, gets better positioning on Silka, and he's just able to do what he needs to do. And Bellarmine picks up another SoCon champion, and guess what? That moves them into second place.
Ooh, but we have 3 straight Appalachian State matches.
And no more Bellarmine wrestlers.
And no more Bellarmine wrestlers. And right now, it is the 184 matchup. Reed Douglas of Presbyterian and App State's very own Tomas Brooker.
Brooker did not wrestle in the Presbyterian duel. It was Joe Zavistowski. So this is the first time either guy will see the other all year. Brooker been absolutely dominant, 7-0 in the season in the SoCon, doing anything that he wants. He's the extra point guy for App State. And here he comes in the green light with his name his name on the PA, and I hear some boos in the crowd.
Yeah, there's some boos right there. As Presbyterian, I think everybody's rooting for the underdog here. Presbyterian has only had one guy who's really been succeeding this entire tournament. And this guy's about to wrestle for the SoCon title against the favorite to win it, App State's Tomas Brooker.
Easily, in my opinion, the third best pound-for-pound wrestler in the SoCon, Tomas Brooker. Reed Douglas knows how important this match is for not only this year, his wrestling career, how much momentum he can gain from beating a guy like Tomas Brooker, but just like it's business as usual for the redshirt sophomore. Tomas Brooker undefeated in all SoCon tournament action. He has not lost a match. He did not lose 2 years ago, and Boone did not wrestle last year due to a torn ACL, so he is here to defend the crown that technically he never lost.
And Tomas Brooker starting the match, goes for a shot attempt, but Douglas slips on his back, but Reed Douglas still has a leg. And Tomas still has that leg. Reed Douglas trying to get behind, and Tomas trying to finish Douglas for a takedown. Douglas still has Tomas Brooker's right left leg, and they're going to go for a potentially dangerous to start back neutral. But that was almost very bad positioning for Brooker there.
It was. That was really, really scary. We never really see Brooker get into those spots, but gets into there. You're correct, Dane. That was very terrifying.
And starts back neutral. Tomas goes for a shot attempt, can't get it, gets stuffed. Douglas goes for a shot attempt of his own. He has that leg, but Tomas stuffs it. Tomas goes for his own leg and gets the takedown. A shot, reshot by Tomas Brooker.
He's going to get what he wants. He's going to keep going until you give it to him. Tomas Brooker, an absolute demon in the 84 weight class. I would have liked to see these guys wrestle in the Presbyterian App State duel. That would have been very, very entertaining as both guys come in at the 1 and the 2 spot. The only single weight class where both guys, the Chattanooga App State one in the 97. So this one and the 97, the only weight classes where both guys come in at the 1 and the 2. Basically chalked the whole way. Brody Porter did lose to Craycraft from Campbell, but Douglas did.
And Tomas Brooker goes for a mat return. and they will go out of bounds and will start back neutral. I mean, not neutral, where Reed Douglas will be on bottom and Brooker will be on top.
Presbyterian fans calling for stalling. I don't know what they want Brooker to do there.
And they're having the same point as some Chattanooga fans, like even while Matt returning, that's still stalling, but I don't really see it myself. But Tomas Brooker starts off